Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
Boxingvoice.com. No matter what nobody say, man, spirit can't nobody fuck with me, man. You know I can't be fucked with, you know.
Dolla Dibiase Productions.
Whether you pay to see me win or you pay to see me lose, you're gonna pay. Fuck it, the kids still gotta eat. I don't have to watch, any footage of a fighter. I mean, because I'm Floyd Mayweather, everybody gotta watch me. I knew eventually I was gonna have to fight Oscar. I feel like he was straight up and down, no special effects.
Boxingvoice.com.
How can Canelo have the biggest deal? Your deal is for 300 million, and I made 350 million just in one fight. And you're fighting on an app.
Boxingvoice.com.
I'm a king, okay? I eat a feast. Every time I eat a feast. And when I get up from the table, I don't give a fuck who get the leftovers. At the end of the day, follow my green print.
Dolla Dibiase Productions.
Boxingvoice.com.
Hey, Daddy.
You fight with nobody.
This a dollar beat. This a dollar beat.
Boxingvoice.com.
You won the belt with
Hey,
nobody.
Daddy.
Boxingvoice.com.
This a dollar beat.
You never gonna get the fight, man. You're a horrible fighter. Payday,
Boxingvoice.com.
payday. You want payday. I know that. Oh, look this guy. There's a plan to go for the belt, and I'm coming, man. I'm coming, my friend. Get the fuck out of here, man. Please, get the fuck out of here, man.
Boxingvoice.com.
Because I'm gonna fuck you out right now, motherfucker.
Boxingvoice.com.
What up, what up, what up? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Nesta Gibbs. Find me on Instagram and Twitter at NestGTO around the world on all forms of social media. Yeah, man, welcome back. Welcome back. We're going to be talking Terence Crawford's hit list. And, we're going to review last night's live episode, special episode of the Porter Way podcast with Shawn Porter, where he recapped, obviously, his battle against Terence Bud Crawford. And then they had special guest Terence Bud Crawford. So, that really got interesting. It was good to see their relationship. And, they asked the right questions, and Terence gave his hit list. And the hit list consists of Errol Spence Jr., WBC IBF champion, Yordenis Ugas, the WBA super champion, and Keith, one-time Thurman. And the beautiful thing about it was he didn't say it had to be in this order. It could be in any order. And, in terms of wanting Thurman, he kind of kept the same energy. And really doesn't want Thurman to take a tune-up. He's kind of like, he's not sure of himself if he want to take a tune-up. Why we got to wait 8 months. And obviously the context in that is the host of the Porter Way podcast, Sean Zattel, and the two friends of Porter. They were shooting their questions and said certain things to trigger certain answers. And, when the Thurman subject came up, Crawford said, why does he have to wait 8 months? And The only thing that I got, I guess, happy with was, look, it doesn't have to be in that order because he did say Keith Thurman's name first, and that at first it bothered me. I'm like, why is he keep picking on this wounded bird? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't do that. But he's like, it don't got to be that order. It could be any order. So that made me happy. It's not like he's seeking Thurman and only Thurman next. He'll take Earl, he'll take Ugas, and if not, he'll take Thurman. But when it comes to Thurman, he's not really happy that Thurman, is looking for a tune-up, So it was a very good interview. And just credit to Shawn Porter, a couple days off of a big fight. He's already, talking, doing interviews, and being his jolly self. And it was a really good podcast, Damn, I hope my shit blows up like his, bro, because, that was interesting, It's always going to be unique for him because of who he is. Imagine, he just fought Crawford and now he's got Crawford on the podcast. I think that was one of the best things they could have done. And it really showed another side of Crawford. I don't know if leaving Top Rank is giving us a better side of Crawford because, believe me, they asked all the right questions, and he answered them really well. It's like, I don't know, but I got Mario Mongi up in this mug. What is up? Yo, you
Bruh, I'm over here trying to fix my camera still.
Yeah,
what up?
I see you all over the place, but they don't see you, man. You in the
bad,
shadow realm.
Okay,
so far.
good. Why don't you keep me in the shadow realm till I fix this thing? But what's up, man? How you been?
I'm great, bro. What an amazing fourth quarter. Look, you know me better than anybody in this boxing game.
Of course.
And bro, I don't think that I'm 2012 maybe 13. What was the Canelo? Because I feel like that was one of my best years. I'm not saying me. I mean boxing. The Canelo Mayweather year. We had so many fights, that year.
Yeah.
And I felt like that was an amazing year, but I'm feeling like this final quarter, I've never seen anything like this. It's big
I
name
agree.
after big name.
Yeah, no, and it feels different than that era. It feels like there's some sort of and I mean, here's the thing. You can go on Twitter and you'll think I'm a completely full of shit about this comment, but it feels like the fights that at one time felt so out of reach, the fights that, we never thought we'd get, or the, forbidden doors that were closed, if I could steal a line from wrestling, they seem open more, and everybody seems more open to them. It's more about economics than anything else. And, maybe that's what it always was. Maybe I was just a crazy boxing mark who believed in the HBO, Showtime, Golden Boy, Top Rank, Al Heyman, Richard Schaefer, hype and beef. But essentially, if it makes dollars, it makes sense. And that's what we're seeing. And this last quarter has just been unbelievable in terms of it's like you love chess, right? It's like a chessboard. You can make a move and it doesn't have any real implications or you're setting yourself up, but to completely shift the game in a way with half a dozen fights maybe has completely shifted the culture of boxing to a degree, and it just feels better. I'll be honest, like Terence Crawford, and I heard you say this, I was on, so, I heard you. A world with Terence Crawford outside of the Top Rank, I don't want to call it a prison, but the Top Rank, I don't want to say chains either. Whatever, you know what I'm trying to say. It feels like a better world. It feels like he feels looser. It feels like he, is enjoying things a little better. He seems more open to media. Like, he responded to something I wrote. I think it was on tweet. It was a Twitter or IG. Like, dude, he never does that ever. Like, it's crazy. What these last few weeks have done for guys like, really everybody. It's put middleweight, super middleweight, welterweight, junior middleweight, all of them on blast. And everybody seems to be positioning themselves in a way to make 2022 perhaps even better.
Sorry for the pause. It's a special moment, this fight. People may not see it that way. I see, obviously, there's a million conspiracies. This guy just keeps putting out stuff to, try to taint the fight. But so many fighters, professionals, are posting that round. I guess it's the 9th round or the 8th round going into the 9th where the corner's telling Terence that he's down. I just seen Jarrett Hurd post it and say, wow, this guy is different. And everybody's realizing that, this guy can just flip a switch. And, it's amazing that it just took this one fight to wake people up and to wake him up. Because like you said, he sounds different. He's acting different. And,
he does.
Whether it's because he finally got a fight and he's getting the recognition that he deserved, or it's like you say, he's, relieved of the top rank stress, but he seems different. And
he does.
I'm very excited to see what happens next. And I'm more excited for his hit list. And I'm actually happy that he's eclipsed this Kambosos Tio fight, because that's what Canelo does. Canelo fights on Saturday.
Good point.
And you're still talking about him Wednesday the next week,
Mayweather, Jake Paul, like the biggest names in the sport, and that's the part about it. It's like the best starting to get recognized as that in the sport, just like you said. That's a great point.
No, it was a coming out party, whether people want to believe
coming out party, yes.
Whether
phrasing.
Whether people want to believe it or not, because, boxing is a hipster sport. It's a very niche sport. So guys like Brandon are like, ha, I don't have to yell. I told you this was going to happen 20 years ago. And it's like, cool. But for him, Terence, this was his coming out party to the world. And, it showed what people assumed, what people talked about at the water cooler. And it's good. He's got momentum. And again, that's why I'm not mad that he's pushing Keith Thurman to go faster, But again, leave Keith Thurman alone. Let my man get a tune-up. I've been talking to some people. I think there's a tune-up out there. I know they accepted it. I don't want to even put it out there, because what if I ruin it?
Oh, you talking about real? Like you talking about like you have a you got a source. Okay, my bad. I thought you were saying like you have a fight that you think is
he's
really
either
good.
Fighting Thurman or Castillo Clayton, either or. I ain't saying no more though.
Oh, Crawford.
No.
You said he either fighting Thurman or
my contact is either fighting Thurman or.
Oh, got you. All right. Don't worry. We'll just wait for the TBV Instagram chat and then we'll all decode it. No, I'm just playing. Listen, I think that ultimately this kind of resets everything. And if it was like a perfect world, I think Crawford should be a free agent and get the same respect and money that Cotto and Ward and Canelo and Mayweather and Mosley and all the names that have eventually at some point broken the chain of promotional contracts and been able to kind of like go out on their own. And that's not to say that, he doesn't sign, these 1-fight deals, 2-fight deals, whatever, but to remain in that situation, I don't know if that works. I don't know if the economics work for him to land some of these major fights on the PBC side. Who put the other day? I want to say it was Keith Idek put something out that I had actually been talking about on Twitter, but he just summed it up best. And it's like, and I don't want to sound like, like you said, a hipster, hardcore, pessimist, broken boxing fan. But the truth is with the numbers that, seem to be out there, I don't know if Spence Crawford is possible for the first fight of 2022. I don't even know what happens 2022. That those economics have to make sense. Those two guys, they need to get paid. It's a big time fight. But what it does, though, if he does go to the PBC side and he does sign, it opens him up to a bevy of this, like you said, the hit list, right? And these guys are legitimate fighters. You're talking about Ugas, the guy that actually beat Pacquiao. Now, you can say that, if Big Fish was in that position, he probably would have done the same thing. Pac looked a little rough around the edges. We could say that, right? He was definitely also didn't seem to be trained the same way. I think Earl would have beat him, just plain and simple. My man Pac was sweating like Mayweather at a spelling bee. But ultimately, Keith is still that guy too. Like, his only loss is to Pac in one of his best late performances. So it's like this whole thing, like, where people just forgot Keith and kind of like dusted him off to the side. And he's been a punching bag for people's jokes for the last 2 years on Twitter, or longer actually. All it does is reset, and it gives us the excitement for those fights as we deserve it. And we could get a true crowning of a welterweight, welterweight supremacy, something that really nobody's ever technically, I mean, yes, like there have been undisputed welterweights, but the point that to see guys run them out like Canelo or Ward, tournament style type things, like we've never seen that. And I'm not saying that it ends up being like a tournament, but ultimately for everybody to be under the same umbrella, things play well, things end up manifesting, I know that, we're going to get away from the UFC talk, but at the end of the day, Fedor was one of the hottest free agents in the world. And he tried so hard to keep that free agency at a time when his stock was huge. And there was guys like Brock Lesnar at the UFC and all this stuff. And he ended up not getting any of those fights because he refused to be under that banner. Crawford's in a much better position physically, but not promotionally. So I think ultimately there's track records out there. We have, what's the word with law when you have like a law that's been set and it's like, it starts with a P. What is it? Precedent. There you go. Precedent. There's like precedent there, so I think that's the decision. I think that's the move.
So let me ask you, a lot of us boxing fans, we talking this free agency shit, but his entire hit list is Al Heyman fighters.
That's what I'm saying.
Keith Idec just did a article, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago. We had him on the show where he talked about Jerron Boots Ennis, who was left off the list.
Yeah. Rightfully so.
I don't know about that, but he was left off the list. And Idec said Ennis, and we even had Cameron Duncan after Idec, and they both said, they understand. Well, Idec pushed the narrative that Ennis isn't getting a top PBC welterweight without being aligned with Al. And then speaking directly to Cameron, he understood that he had to align himself with someone at some point to get the big fight. That being said, those men understand the world they live in. Does Bud and will Al do business with Bud without those same rules and regulations that he's setting on a Boots? Is Terence big enough at this point that he will do one-offs with Terence per PBC fighter? In theory, knocking off each Al guy. I mean, the world thinks Terence is now the number one welterweight. So will Al really do business? Say, sure, my friend, you've been over there hindered. We're going to give you one-offs with Earl, let you walk away with his belts. And hey, if you want to turn around and give us a shot against Ugas, we'll give you him with no strings attached. And fuck it, Thurman too. That don't sound business savvy to me.
Sure. Yeah, no. That's a good question. Great question. I agree with Keith for the most part. And I really, real quick, want to rephrase. It's not that I don't think Boots is great. I think he's probably going to be the best welterweight or junior middleweight on the planet at some point. My thing more is like the guys on the hit list earn their spot, right? They've been in that position. And I know Boots got to get a shot to do that. So, but the other way around, it's like, and more to your question, you have a situation where every single fight that is of importance and big magnitude from 147 to 154 exists on that PBC side. If Terence wants to move up, I don't know if there's a bigger fight in junior middleweight division than Mel and Terence Crawford, and as much as I want to see the rematch, it's still not as big. That's a huge fight and that's a huge moment. But I also think this. I think that there's a reason Al is Al Heyman. right? He does the right things for his fighters. You know, we've seen him do these moves with Pacquiao and Canelo and others in situations where it ultimately helps his brand. Now, if I'm Al and that's a real sticking point for Crawford, I don't really care because it's like, what's he really going to do? I mean, yeah, he could go and beat Earl and maybe beat Thurman if he beats those guys, by the way, and then go and fight Virgil or, or somebody else, sure. But ultimately, like, PBC has everything that he really needs. So to have a one-off with, the option to come back is still something that, I think is very viable. And
So
maybe
you
I'm
think-
dreaming. Maybe
wait,
I'm being too optimistic.
Let me just get this clear so I can understand and help others understand. Are you suggesting kind of like what Eddie has with Mikey in theory? Obviously, we don't have the
Great.
paper
Thank you.
and we don't know the contract, but in theory, on the outside looking in, it looks like Mikey had a one-off with an option, and Eddie matched the option by giving him the Sandor Martin fight. So they've been doing business happily ever after. So,
Perfectly said. I think you said it better than I did, honestly. And to go a little bit further with that, it's that if they were to do like some long contract, fine, whatever. But to go on the other side of it and give Crawford that respect, that's something that he didn't get with Bob. Like, Al wants to give him something different, not just the fights that he's been wanting, but the credit. I mean, dude, how cringe was that press conference at the end? Bro, they literally were standing up there like as if, a boy and a girl that broke up were forced to stand up and read poetry to each other in front of the class. Like, it was fucking awkward as hell. And, both of them like trying to masterfully, provoke the other one without like, it was like microaggressions kind of, you know what I mean? These guys were being very subtle about it, but we got the point. You know what I mean? And that just whole vibe is just bad. So I think that it accommodates Terence in the sense that it gives him that big star feel, even if the numbers don't quite line up to the same numbers that we've seen with others that have gotten that contract.
Now, let me ask you, there's a conspiracy running around that Aioli was leaked bad numbers to ruin Terence's departure and arrival at any other location. But I do want to play this, and I don't know that I got it on the exact timestamp, but we'll just bear with it.
Pay-per-view. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, me and Shawn Porter fought on the app.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
there were so many people that was telling me they don't know how to get the app on the TV. They don't know how to do it. And, the average elderly or person that doesn't, know tech, they're not going to know how to get the app on the TV.
Now, the context of this, because I don't want to infringe on Mr. Porter's podcast and his copyrights, but they were asked how'd he feel about what he did to Bob. And, and then one of Porter's co-hosts was like, bro, I feel like you left $75 million on the table, which is a whole other podcast, right? Because, because how are you Shawn Porter's best friend, right? And you're telling Terence that you feel he left $75 million by being with Top Rank, that he's lost out. Now, is he saying that because that's what Porter's made? Is he saying that because he sees the potential and stardom in the big fights that Terence could have had a long time ago? Is he going off Porter's base? Because they're best friends. This is not...
Yeah, they're very close.
Yeah, I've been in the gym. I know the dude with the blue hat's always been there. So...
Well,
whatever.
his Twitter, he was putting on Twitter. I mean, he was with them that whole weekend, for the most part. Sunday morning, I think he had one of the first probably real conversations with the guy. So, but I don't know. Look, I think that that's part of it. I think having the insight to knowing what guys from PBC actually make is part of that. But I think that you nailed it. I think you're absolutely right. If Terence was with PBC when he originally re-signed with Top Rank, okay? And again, we're all saying that he just assuming he wins, because I don't know if he beats Earl for sure, but anyway, if that happened back then and he's in the position he is now, coming off of the biggest win in a group of big wins, we're talking about him and Canelo. We're talking about him and some of the biggest names on the planet. Now we're trying to stretch him out, to get anybody that is a big name to get him these big pay-per-views. We're not there right now. No matter what big name would ever consider fighting him, he's the B-side. Whether it's Pacquiao, Canelo, Mayweather, it doesn't matter. But for Terence to go to the PBC side, as he said, back then, leaving all that money on the table, whatever, it's not just that. He left. It's like he started a race that others started on Tuesday and his gun fired off on a Thursday. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, he's behind where he could have been, but he's so fucking good that it really doesn't matter. He can still produce these moments, but, it's context, like you said.
Bro, speaking of good, do you follow... Oh, I'm sorry, good morning.
Oh,
good morning, gentlemen.
The king.
Hey, salute, brother. I've been listening. Let me just, elbow my way in here 1 second. I hope my Wi-Fi holds up, man, because Mario, the way he left it was a perfect place for me to pick off, talking about running the race. Give me the baton, champ, right? He started late, okay? But it's better late than never, all right? I don't agree with how long it took. Maybe he was naive because he actually listened to those that said, go and get a belt first. Go and fight somebody first. Go and do this and that first. Maybe he was naive for listening to that, but here we are.
The naive part was, we could get you the fights. That's the naive thing he listened to, because going to get a belt, that's still, working on your legacy.
No, and I agree, but I'm just saying, as far as, Spence or anybody making it a qualifier to say, you got to do this, you got to do that. But here he is, and he's done whatever.
I hate to keep interrupting you. Just don't lose your train of thought, but it is a qualifier. It's not like they set an unfair precedent or standard on him, because he left Jaron Ennis off the list. I bet you if Ennis had a belt, he'd be on the hit list.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, that's why I don't think it's so late. I think this is the progression based on whatever the qualifiers were. Now, the longest thing it took him to do was to fight somebody. That was the longest qualifier, I think, So, here we are, and I think he's in a great position. I'm glad he did it publicly. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad that he severed ties publicly. I'm glad that he set those intentions. I'm glad that, remember, people were saying he didn't have a pulse. He wouldn't speak up. He wouldn't verbalize. Now he's giving you the hit list. He's telling you that he's moving on with his business. So this is the evolution, and I think this is another hat. This reminds me of going from Pretty Boy to Money May, and I'm not exaggerating that. It's a change in my career, a change in my demeanor, a change in my approach. This is what it looks like to me. And I think
that's the opportunity for sure.
It's an opportunity. Now, will he do it in that way? Will it have the same impact? That's where he has to continue to fight those guys. So what if he's frozen out, though? That's my question. What if he's frozen out because somebody says, oh, well, you signed the Matchroom, or you didn't sign this, or you didn't come to PBC. If you don't come to PBC, then you can't get the fights. What if that happens? He's no longer with Top Rank, but he's not with PBC. Does that put him in a bad position?
Not necessarily, because I think that there's fights over there, man. You know me. I think there's fights over there for him. He could start small with Mikey. He could get Regis. Regis is with Probellum, and then he could get the super fights that I think are there and are attainable.
What's a super fight?
Gennady after Murata, December 29th. He's already 39, Mario. He's already 39. People already thought Floyd could do it. Crawford he's just too agile, too fast for Gennady. Gennady is slow.
I think the Verge fight is that super fight.
Virgil Ortiz?
Yeah, because it gives him. Listen, I think he beats Verge. Okay?
I know that.
I think he beats Verge.
I don't think Virgil
that gives
has
him the
that
rub
fan base
that Earl
yet.
got from Mikey.
I don't think
you talk
Virgil
about that all the time.
I don't think Virgil has that fan base that Mikey had. Mikey was established, multiple division champion, and before he became a jumper in divisions, He was established at 126. He beat the who's who, Rocky Martinez and Orlando Salido.
Yeah, and that lightweight fight with what's his name from PBC? Robert Easter. I mean, that was a huge win. But look, I want to clarify that. It's not that I'm saying that that's the fight. What I'm saying is that is the non-PBC route fight.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And the best possible scenario for Terence would be to go to PBC in a situation where he gets one-offs with options or whatever, run through that stable, and then by that time maybe verge cleaning out whoever's outside the PBC area, you know, and it builds up that.
Oh.
With a Mexican. Look, there's why Rolly's out, and then they just throw a Mexican in there with Tank. Like, there's a reason that this formula continues to be passed on, and why it works, why it's successful. You know, it is successful. So it's not to say that Verge is the guy that can beat Terence Crawford. I don't believe that necessarily. I'm not saying he doesn't, but at the same time, that's not the pick I would make. Okay,
maybe it's doable. I mean, there's a Crawford. Thinking optimistically, there's obviously a Crawford Dazn route. You know, Conor Ben is there. That could be like the last fight where he's giving Conor the shot in the UK, but it's a big fight. It's a big fight. Yeah.
Like that
one. And I guess, like I said, Mikey, Regis, Conor, maybe Virgil if he sticks around. I think there was some rumors this week, right, of Golden Boy getting a re-signing with DAZN.
They're re-signing with DAZN, yes, and from what I've heard, Verge is a big part of that. Because the rumors were that they weren't. The rumors early on, before De La Hoya pulled out of his fight, was that they were going to try to shift over to Triller.
Yeah,
everybody was talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's why De La Hoya got COVID. That's why De La Hoya got COVID, and that fight never happened. Because
I'm not with Triller, but don't push me.
Yo, all that was a ploy to get shit shaken. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that's what Triller's been. It's just been the option for everybody else to scare the shit out of. It's like when you're, when you're being like headhunted for a job, right? It's like, you're going to be like the district manager or Target. And then you walk in, you're like, well, Coles has been hitting me up. And
let me
Ross
tell you,
Dress for Less put down the real.
I'll give you the metaphor, right? I went to a dealer and worked out.
You said Dillard's?
A dealer, car dealership.
Dealer. Oh,
I went to a car dealership and worked out an amazing deal on a car. And and then last minute, I'm like, yo, plus I want to trade my shit in. You know what I'm saying? So now he's forced to give it to me even lower. So he comes back with the trade-in value, the price, all on the printout. And I'm like, all right, I'll be back. And I try to take the paper. He took the paper and ripped it because he know I'm going to go He know I'm gonna go to another dealer. I'm gonna go to another dealer and use that to get a better price.
Yo,
that's what Triller is. Triller is that dude that got money, dying to get in the. It's dude that got money, dying to get in the game, bruh. So they're gonna bid on whoever.
What about this metaphor? It's like your side piece. When your girl wants you to stay and you're like, well, that bitch cooking food over here and you ain't even, no, that don't work. No, I'm playing. Yo, my wife heard that.
No, that works for, watch how be like, well.
I mean, like, that was a Tuesday.
Go to the expert. It's like the girl you can go to when you on the outs with your main or your wife and you like, yo, I could call up, Applebee's is all it takes and I'm gonna get that. And I'm going to feel good about it. And I can say, yeah, I'm out here doing something. Yeah, I'm out here doing something.
You done made that move a few times on me. You done made that move a few times.
Yo,
with that one.
You don't feel bad.
2 for 20.
I'm a philosopher.
Applebee's
up the tab. No, I'm playing.
Applebee's ain't shit though. They been stopped at 2 for 20. Yo, they raised that price a long time ago. But Adrian, what's up, man? Good morning.
What's going on? What's going on, fellas? How you doing, Mario? I ain't seen you in a while.
Good, brother.
Chilling.
So what you think of the hit list, Adrian?
Man, I like it. I think he needs to go get some major fights now. I don't think, off of what Amin said, I don't think he's really hindered or anyone can freeze him out anymore.
Yeah.
I think that win over Porter
made him
puts
a hot
him in
commodity.
a place where it's gonna be really hard to not look like you're just purposely being like, fuck you, Terence. Like now it's going to be really obvious if you don't do business with him. I do agree a little bit. It's going to be tough doing the one-off thing and picking off fighters from each spot, depending on what they have, what belt they have. There'll be some promoters. Like, I don't necessarily think Al, as a businessman, would be like, yeah, bro, come and collect your belts over here, possibly.
Yo, I'm sorry, I gotta interrupt.
And not guarantee one of my up-and-coming fighters to get that belt off you so I can continue business when you're gone. Like, I don't know. Al just don't seem like that type of dude. Dazn seems like them type, though. Like, they got money. They'll pay just to get the subscribers because, but based on 190,000 buys, I don't know if Dazn looks at that and goes,
no, but that's the thing. I don't know that Terence necessarily is gonna be open to go to another app, because I just played the clip where, Porter's boy says, and I'm paraphrasing, but very close to word for word. He says, like, Terence, I feel like you left $75 million on the table. Go out there and get your money. And Terence turns around and says, look, it wasn't just the money or the opportunities, but it was the pay-per-view. I feel like I was set up. Me and Shawn fought on an app. There's people that don't know how to download the app. They don't know how to access the pay-per-view. And, off of that statement, he just fought on an app on Saturday. I don't know that he's going to be rushing to go to another app. Now, that being said, this app, Canelo does fight on it. This app,
and not only that,
AJ does fight on it. And this app, they pay him big bucks to fight on it.
Yeah, think about the millions of dollars that between AJ, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll let you get right back to you.
Brother. You got it.
The millions of dollars that AJ's made from Dazn, anybody's made from Dazn. What? Didn't Mikey get like $7 million for some like one-off fight? I'm trying to think who he fought. He got like 7, right?
Mikey got 7. He got 7 for Delorme.
Right. So, I think Terence has shown us, like, if it makes money, it does make sense to him. He has shown that, like, yeah, if you pay me enough money, but I don't know. At this point in his career, he needs to worry about, I feel, more legacy. I think he's already a millionaire several times over.
I don't know. Don't think about it.
Legacy set, bro. Legacy set.
Right quick, because Ness mentioned Triple G and he mentioned Dazn for Terence Crawford, and it makes sense because you got Triple G. No matter what anybody says, he's on his way out. So there's another slot for that cash cow. Yeah, maybe not on the scale of Canelo and AJ, but they can afford another cash cow. They're gonna have another pocket open, and especially if you transfer that power. You put those guys head to head, it's like, hey, I'm cashing you out for this guy. You know what I mean? And you kind of leave the balance, and I'm simplifying it, but it does make sense if you got 3 guys over there that you're paying, good contracts to.
So y'all want him to jump up to fight Triple G? Like, I'm just saying, that's what, 2 weight classes, 154 to 160. We acting like Triple G doesn't have a chin. I get that Terence has power, but if Canelo couldn't spark Triple G out, what makes you think that Terence Crawford's going to do that?
Well, that's the point, though, is that this is no longer really about legacy. That's what I'm saying is I think that he's a Hall of Famer already. It's about securing him the best fights possible, the biggest fights possible. So even though there are options there, possibly a Golovkin, I think that's a bit of a stretch. I'm more with Adrian on that one. And then there's like the Verge fight, which is, an obvious fight that's not right now, but soon down the line. No matter what you come up with, you throw any name you want, a non-PBC fighter is not going to compete with the route that Terence could take if he were going with PBC. All the chips line up, for Mel to stay in the position that he's in and then be that guy at 154, if he wins, obviously. That's a huge fucking fight. A huge fight. It was a huge fight when Ness mentioned it during fucking COVID in 2020. It blew up. It blew up in a way that, some very few fights have when you mention them. But when you look at that route, I mean, it's just littered with opportunity. You want to be the guy that beat Ugas and take that title. Obviously, the Earl fight's the one we want. Thurman is still, in my opinion, one of the top welterweights, and until somebody not named Pacquiao beats him, nobody can really say that they're better than him, honestly. I mean, yes, you can make the argument that Earl and Crawford have, succeeded him, but in reality, they got to beat the man to be the man. And so I think the PBC route just makes too much sense for him to waste any other time. But, there are options. Y'all are right.
No, I totally agree. And I'm just speaking about the Triple G fight only because if you're looking at the big picture,
yes,
you're looking for a big, instead of throwing him in there with Canelo, because I detest that fight, don't want to see that, don't understand
it ain't
why.
Gonna happen.
You're going to put him in there, a guy that want to go up to cruiserweight. Like, nah, but if you want to level it out and say, hey, Triple G ain't never dare going up in weight. He wanted to hang out at 160. If Terence Crawford is capable of going to 154, again, it's easy for me to say, shit, I'm trying to fight, the Christmas weight. But I'm supposing he could get to 160 and feel comfortable and go up against a faded Triple G, whose timing might be off, and who Crawford at his prime. You know what I mean? He might be ready for that
Totally
if we're going to
agree,
talk
man.
about these type fights.
Totally agree, man. Listen, and the beauty of Dazn, right? Like, so Earl is busy. Earl already said February, March, something big.
Mm-hmm.
Let's assume Stanonia's got step aside money. Ugas, Earl happening. Thurman, he already fighting in January. Bud said last night, why we got to take 8 months? So he want to fight. Go look at the zone for a one-off. Give me the Mikey fight. Give me the Regis fight. What else is out there in the zone in that division? Maybe they willing to pay for Sandor Martin because they got the zone Spain. Remember, Sandor's a star over there. So, and I know that sounds crazy, but if you've seen his reception, you would know what I mean. Before this fight, I get it. We didn't know him, and it doesn't mean that we in America or in the UK know him. But in Spain, he got...
Well, you said it best. It sounds crazy, but yeah, you're absolutely right. If you look at, what he does and the metrics that have been presented, he has like this... I don't even want to call it a cult following. It's weird. It's weird.
Bro, I
it's
never seen, Pacquiao. Pacquiao got receptions like that, like getting off the plane. Josh Taylor, I seen got something like that. Wilder got something like that in Alabama. They set up a parade for him, but like everybody don't get that, champ. You get off that airplane with your belt. I know Joan Guzman for a fact. He got robbed when he got out the airport in DR. So, you tell me, man, everybody don't get that reception. And I ain't talking about Joan Guzman, Jonathan Guzman, the one that just lost.
Jonathan Guzman, yeah.
The one that just lost on Top Rank, but he really won that fight. Didn't he win that fight? Y'all remember that fight? He really won that fight.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dazn will do a one-off though. Like Terrence can go that route because Dazon's known for that. Like they don't mind putting money down.
Dominic in Seattle, what up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing with Ness with this. I think he should go with Dazn. It'll be the best for his career. He'll probably get the best fights over there. But that sounds idiotic.
What's your best fights? Fights?
That sounds idiotic. I'm sorry. I had a grip throttle on that one.
Definitely. Okay.
Going PBC is obviously the best route for his career. You're fighting on a fucking app. Let's keep it real. Probably the number one people who are doing good money and paying those dudes is AJ and stuff like that. But yeah, I think his best route is PBC. It's the most smartest route. I mean, I guess if you want to watch Netflix and boxing together, you should do that. But if you want to support your fighter and your fighter to be somebody, I feel like they should be on PBC. Demetrius Andrade should definitely leave. He's not getting nothing over there in the zone. That's my call.
You're right, but Demetrius,
if he went anywhere else, the Charles don't.
No, but you see, don't do that. And I'm gonna have to educate my casual listeners that just joined us for the first time. Demetrius and Terrence aren't the same,
at all.
Now you can clearly big up all those accolades that he did because he showed you already at welterweight that it's real. And outside of those accolades that Crawford has, that Demetrius doesn't, Crawford sells a lot of tickets. He sells a lot of tickets. And like he said on his podcast, he's always in the big room. He don't fight on no small room. It's him and Tyson Fury, the biggest draws on Top Rank, out of his words. We got a couple cash apps. Excuse me. Blah, 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 blah. Super chats. That's right. George is the first one. George, the last Patriot, and he says, I think Crawford retiring in a few years and plans on taking out the rest his generation rivals before then. Boots would be a good fight though. And he did say that. He's like, when Shawn said, yo, I didn't stick around when I left, you walked in for your post-fight press conference. What was your thoughts on my retirement? Did you hear that I retired? He's like, yeah, I heard. And Crawford said, like, you had a good career, and I'm not. And he immediately said, like, I'm not going to be around too much longer either. And Shawn was like, but you got some work to do. He's like, yeah, I got some work to do, though. He's so competitive. It's crazy. But we don't know how long that work going to take.
You know something? Do you think and I'm just asking, I don't know how we would even measure this, but the win over Porter, a PBC fighter, PBC's Dutta man, the bouncer, like, does that win change the way, shouldn't it change the way, does it, or will it change the way that they'll do business with Terence Crawford as far as not letting the fighters take the easy way out now and say, yeah, but because I get the pay-per-view buys thing being an issue, saying he only sold this, he only sold the fight's got to make money.
I don't know that that's a big issue because obviously the people he goes to sit down with are going to understand this wasn't a terrestrial television pay-per-view. It wasn't like my grandmother could just grab a cable remote and hit buy. You had to buy the app to buy the pay-per-view. Shit is insane. Even on the .com, you have to subscribe to the subscription, then buy the pay-per-view. So, there's an argument for him. Does it matter in the negotiating table? I guess that depends on whoever's ears it's landing on.
See, but that's the point, though, is that things have to be better for him to want to go. And I think that Al knows that. Like, I don't think Al ever really loses out on fighters. I think fighters make their best choice, and Al makes his best presentation. For Al, I think this is about respect. This is about starting fresh with a person that he can honestly feel not connected to or any weird shit like that, but more like at least trust. Can we use that word? Can we use the word trust? Because I don't think that the trust between Arum and Crawford was there at the end, and I don't know anybody that would argue against that.
I think he lost trust because you gotta. I mean, he re-signed,
so he did trust. He had it, and it disintegrated. You know what I mean? So for him to be able to go to the PBC side and have Al offer something that is respectful to him, regardless of numbers, regardless of money, regardless of all the things that we usually use as metrics to, put these guys on a pedestal, for Al to come along and say, no, fuck that. You are one of the greatest American fighters currently fighting today, and you deserve to be treated that way. That's what I think Terence is looking for. And so that's the reason why Matchroom, I think, and a few of these others could be viable options in the sense that, I think they'll treat him that way. But with Al, he has the total package because it's not just the fact that Al treats his fighters well. It's not just that he gets them paid. It's not just that he gives them the respect. It's not just that they never have really anything bad to say about him. It's also the fact that every single bullseye that Terence wants to hit on this hit list is available there, and it's
plus legacy
at a magnitude that's not on the other side.
Plus legacy, because let's say somehow Terence has, this all-star career ending, meaning he does get this hit list he mentioned in whatever order. Like he said, it doesn't have to be Errol, Ugas, Thurman. It can be Ugas, Thurman, Errol, whatever combination. And then when he does that, he can go up to Jamel or Jamal. Like, that side of the street that he didn't believe existed has a lot for him. I'm not telling him to go to Jamel or Jamal. I'm just saying if he wants, there is more options there now. Now, those options could be equally found on Dazn, maybe not as glorious, maybe a little more difficult because now you're moving up to Triple G, but either way he goes, he'll have some greatness, Now, obviously, for the normal casual fan, greatness means undisputed. So, again, that route is PBC.
And Mario, to your point, I think, I would hope PBC would do all of that. And that's why, you're so eloquent because you articulated that perfectly. I hope PBC would say, yo, get that man what he's due. Yeah, don't worry about what these guys think about what I'm offering you, Terrence. They're just, I need some competition in the building. Let's do it. I would hope that. But suppose Eddie Hearn, what he does and what he did with Andre, even last weekend when he stood in the ring with him and said who was ducking and who what, I feel like Terence Crawford might trust that more. And he may say, yo, Eddie Hearn is going to give me everything same way he gave Anthony Joshua.
Agreed.
And made him look good and made him feel good getting it. So I think,
agreed.
Dazn and Matchroom is really in play.
That is a problem with the PBC. We keep saying that, man. Al being in the shadows and not being an Eddie allows Eddie to shine, bro. I mean, look, just yesterday we was talking about Crawford, but
Great point, bro. Great point.
We were talking about Crawford, but we talked about Eddie because why? Because Eddie was out there defending Canelo, and what did I say? Get you a promoter that loves you like Eddie. Eddie went, bro.
Yeah,
Eddie,
for
did
real.
you see the argument between Eddie and Demetrius Andre's mother? Like, first of all,
yes, that was crazy.
Some people believe Eddie should have took the high road, but I believe, no.
What's the high road?
Don't argue with another man's mother.
So agree with her?
No, walk the fuck away.
Yeah. Okay. I agree.
I mean,
you're right.
she obviously don't know boxing,
without
bro.
lying.
Yeah, I mean, she come on, man. She's a disgruntled fan. Like, he's a cherry picker. Come on, man. Come on. My man last 4 fights was champs. Like, come on.
That was great. That was a great moment that they captured.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Like, it was beautiful.
For a promoter, that's a great moment. Eddie continues to shine and rise above the rest. Where you got promoters faking COVID to get out of fights, possibly getting kicked out of, their deals. You got other promoters saying, I lost money. I could have bought a Beverly Hills mansion. Like, you got this guy fucking with his lifesaver, like, vroom, vroom. He's pound for pound, vroom, vroom. Get out of here. Like, and he does it for Haney too. It's not one guy.
Look, think about it like a lawyer. It's great to have a lawyer that all you got to do is show up to court and he can call it in and say case dismissed. But damn, it feel good for your lawyer to show up and stand up with you in front of that judge and get that shit dismissed.
Great metaphor.
So
Great metaphor.
The way the powers yielded from each promoter, depending on what Crawford feels like his experience, shit, coming from, you know what I'm saying? Coming from Aram, he a public defender trying to throw you under the fucking bus.
Word.
You get what I'm saying? So it's poor.
Great metaphor.
He definitely a public defender. Public defenders, public defenders give you the one offer and they try to act like there's nothing else, and that's what Aram did. Porter's worth $1 million.
Yo, you're right. You know what? And I'll be honest, you know what have fixed all this shit for Al? And not that it's broken, but the original plan was the best plan. De La Hoya fucked it up. But Richard Schaefer being the guy who's essentially like the Eddie out in the public while Al is playing three-dimensional chess in the background, that was the dynamic, and now with Richard Schaefer kind of like coming more back into the fold, signing fighters.
I don't know that he's back in the fold.
Listen, you're right.
I'm going to say it.
He's got what?
I'm going to say it. You hang on Twitter way more than me. You can probably know better than me. People saying that Probellum is just MTK rebranded. Did you hear that?
There's a lot of people saying that. A lot. In fact, I think there's been a few people that don't even. Well, you know what? I better not say that. But I agree. I think you're right.
If that's true, Richard Schaefer is with MTK, so he's not going to be able to go do business. I'm not saying he's not going to be able to. If you already had a very good relationship with Al, obviously from the outside looking in, so all these movements left of Al don't make sense unless somehow he can bring it back.
Well said. And that's what they were. You know what I mean? They were like fucking Captain Planet back then. With their powers combined, they were making Golden Boy one of the greatest entities. And then when they were going to have that split, and then obviously, things that and if you're a casual fan, who cares? It's just bullshit that we remember because
this is
off.
important.
But
Just like when
it is important. You're right.
Don't gloss over it, Mario.
You're right. It is important. So the story,
Jay and Dame split up.
Yeah.
The story is that De La Hoya, he was fighting his demons, and in the hospital bed, Richard Schaefer came to him to essentially sign over the company so that Richard Schaefer and Al together.
No, but they made it like a soap opera. Like, come on. Like,
You're right.
At what point does partying too hard have you in a hospital bed that you're dying, and then someone comes with a contract? Like, they made it so theatrical, like it was a movie.
Love it.
I don't know that
the reality probably was he was probably in an alcohol detox, which is 21 days.
Yeah, but in Beverly Hills somewhere, he's probably in a rehab somewhere in Beverly Hills where they got this beautiful pool and white lawn furniture. Come on, we seen them shits in the movies, bro. Guys as rich as Oscar.
That's why that shit don't work.
Listen, what's that spot? Yo, you from North. Guys as rich as Oscar don't go to the spot on Broadway. What's the name of it?
Oh, you talking about Leonard Clinic?
No, the one in Broadway, man. Oh my God, it's like, oh man, it's a Spanish name on Broadway by St. Michael's Church. It's been there for years. Oh, forget it.
La Casa Don Pedro.
Well, that is one too. La Casa Don
Pedro. That sound like a spot where you get stabbed.
Bruh.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
It ain't the Betty Ford clinic, right?
Oscar ain't hanging out. He in a very,
he at the Betty Ford chilling.
He luxurious little rehab, but yeah, I think they definitely sensationalized it. I agree. I wish a Richard would, be in with Al, because look at what Terence, going back to Terence, look at what he did to, what is his name, Tom? He killed Tom. Like, hey, can you repeat that? Say that again. I just want you to say that on record so that everybody sees it wasn't me that didn't want to fight. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
My man messed up,
Yeah.
And he got caught out there. And Eddie doesn't get caught out there. Eddie could spin. Spin.
And he's good at it.
Mm-hmm. But let me get to some of these super chats.
Best talkers in boxing. I'm not gonna lie, that dude he be talking his way to it. Because I wouldn't have expected 5-6 years ago Eddie was gonna get Canelo.
But he's not all good though, because we do have to admit, none of that talking, none of that spinning has been working for Andre. That's Andre's 6th fight, and out of the 6 fights, Quigley's the biggest name, which is sad.
To me, where there's a will, there's a way. Eddie must not be working that hard for you, because if he can do that with other fighters, there's got to be some sort of reason, or he just doesn't have that kind of interest in you.
No, people don't like to believe the truth, but it's the fighter doesn't have a fan base, because Eddie sent offers to Charlo. Then he sent offers to Chris Eubank. There's not enough Andre fans to call those guys ducks. See, Crawford has a fan base, so Earl feels the pressure. Earl has a fan base, so Crawford feels the pressure. Thurman, he's lost his fan base. Look, Earl and Crawford are almost at 800,000 on Instagram, and Earl is at Thurman is at 300 and some change. Like, he's lost so much momentum. You got Tank at 2 million, and these other guys, I'm just saying there's no fan base. If you don't got someone beating that drum, all you got is yourself. And how long has Andre been asking for these fights? His voice isn't loud enough. It's the voice of your fans.
And Ness, just to, before you get to the super chats, this is what made me jump on this morning, because Mario was saying something and he mentioned about Thurman. Thurman put himself on the sidelines. You know what I'm saying? And you're absolutely right. When you said, his only loss was to Pacquiao, and that's what we all saying. And I don't think he necessarily feel a way. Like, he comes across as very confident about, what he still got in the tank. But It's a difference between coming across and actually, doing it. Like, he got to do something. His inactivity, and the more you leave people to question it, is the more people can continue to take shots. You know what I'm saying? So it's not us deteriorating his legacy. It's going to be a serious case of Janet Jackson's, man. What has he done for us lately?
And if you think about it, if you go that route with it, I mean, really, it's the same way as Maidana fighting Floyd and just disappearing. He got a bag, he went and left and did about. Thurman hasn't come back yet, and I'm a Thurman fan, but like it's been what? How many years now? I mean,
28 months, as they said.
I think it's a little different only because injuries and certain things. And I honestly think if he could have fought Earl by now, he would have. I think if he could have gotten that fight by now, he would have taken that fight for sure. But I think Amin said it best. I won't say that he's 100% responsible for his current predicament. Not at all. There are many mitigating factors. But ultimately, he did play a part in it, for better for worse, whether he thought he was making the right decision or not. He's in this situation where he has so much to prove to people, and most of them he shouldn't have to prove shit to.
Who?
But the fans?
No, Bud, you saying what? Who's
No, Thurman.
No,
Thurman.
Oh, yeah,
Thurman. Yeah. So
did you guys catch his live last night?
I saw y'all talking about it in the chat, and I was pissed because I didn't get to see it. And I was trying to find it before the show because I was like scared that it was going to be the main topic, and then I saw it wasn't, so I was like, oh fuck it, I'll see it later.
My boy.
Was it funny? You don't have it?
I just want to believe him, man. I just want to believe.
What do you say? Give me the talking points.
He's like basically, yo, Show Kid did such a great impression trolling Jose. It was insane. But
I seen that. Yeah.
Basically, he's like, that watching the fight motivated him, and your boy is back. One time is back. Look, I'm in the gym right now. It's 3 a.m. They got me motivated. I'm back. A beltless Thurman is a hungry Thurman. And it's like, I want to believe. I want to believe. But, it's like, come on. He got to give me a little. But I did.
Yes, give us the sound bite.
What
give us the sound bite.
Oh, man.
Why the fuck you lying?
Why the fuck
That's
you
cold.
lying?
There we go.
Yo, bruh, I don't want him to be lying. Listen, though, my boy signed the contract. You know what I'm saying? So if they give him the fight, that's a good tune-up for Thurman. He gonna get pushed. It's exactly what I need him to get to know. If you can't beat this guy, and for this guy, it's like, if he gets it anyway, it's like he's showing, it's his opportunity to show, is he on that level? But man, I'm waiting on this text right now, bruh. I just got a little sideball welterweight fight thrown at me. I'm hoping that shit is true. And Boziana said he'll come on after he get out the meeting. So we going to talk about Ennis being left off that list. But let me get to the super chat. The Axiom says, happy Thanksgiving weekend to everyone. Mario, welcome back. We missed you during the Canelo victory. How are you feeling about him going to cruiserweight?
Yeah, listen, I actually was on the show last week where we talked about it. But yeah, I think it makes sense. It's not what I want. It's not the fight we want, but it's the fight we just. No, I'm playing. It makes sense. It's on par with what you would think a Canelo would do, and if you look at the lineage of fighters in a position like Canelo, Pacquiao, the most recent that we can think about, they get to this point where it's like, okay, they've done what they have to do, and now they're just belt collect. It's like Adrian said, it's like legacy at a certain point you get to. Now, what does that legacy represent is a different thing for everybody, but at this point, Canelo, he wants that belt. If he gets that fight, it is just another talking point when we go down the list in 20 years. The same with Mayweather. When we run down it's going to be the exact same thing, and he's trying to accomplish it against the guy that is the easiest pickings, or the lowest hanging fruit, let's call it that. So it makes sense. And I'm going to watch.
Yep. Hopefully it's on Dazn.
I got
Yeah, right.
Not pay-per-view.
I got I think, how would you guys feel? I'm gonna start with the hosts on this question, and then maybe I should do a poll too. Should we? I guess it don't matter, right? Do you think we have the ability to change the sport? First of all, let me start with that.
No. I think that the idea that the fans are the boss is an antiquated idea. I think at one point that was true, or at least as true as it ever was. I think we've gotten away from that because of the way that things work. You know, like with the NFL and some of the things that they've gone through over the past like 4 or 5 years, we've seen what the fans can do. We've seen what uproar for that sport can do. With boxing, it's different. So I don't think we are. Not the way we used to be, at least.
I'm going to go another way with it. And I'm going to say we can and not just that we can, we have to find a way to get out of the fandom of fighters and leave our loyalty to the sport. So,
Great
for example,
point.
If we see our favorite fighter not taking, good fights, I think, places like TBV, and even when that fighter goes Instagram live, if he's like, who y'all want me to fight? And we like, nah, we got to put duck emojis in there if you want to be in his live. Don't lie to him and placate his ego. Listen, that fighter's man enough to get in the ring in front of somebody else. If his ego's too fragile for you to insist or at least suggest that he fight the next best fighter in your opinion, because that's the reason why you like him in the first damn place, then say that. And I think that if every individual, I'm on my stump now, but if every fan does that, and seriously, if you insist and if you say that, then stop giving your fighter false confidences and having them go on these bullshit runs. You know what I'm saying? Or speak out on their behalf. Somebody like Boo Boo, if you're really a fan of Boo Boo, speak out on his behalf. Don't feel like because people call you a hipster that you can't big up Boo Boo. You know what I'm saying? You just got to have more integrity for the sport and get out of the fandom of the fighter. Because if you're really a fan of the sport or the fighter, you want him to do good. Don't be no yes man.
And that goes for promotional companies too.
Oh, they're the worst.
I'm gonna go with no.
They're the worst.
We can't change the game, but we can influence it heavily. I think it's hard to change something that we don't actually have control of, that we don't pay for, we do pay for it, but these promoters are the ones coming out with the money out of their pockets. They're ultimately going to do what they want in the end. But I think as fans, news outlets, the fact that boxing lives on YouTube, we can definitely influence. We can definitely put things into motion that will be considered, but I don't think we have control. I think it's a different kind of sport. And I feel like that about being fans too. Like, I'm a huge Steelers fan, but when I was younger, people were like, oh, you just like this player. Like, no, man, my grandfather taught me, if you're a fan of the team, you're a fan of the team no matter who plays on it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I never watched
Remember when we beat you on 95?
I never watched.
Hey, well said though. Well said.
I never watched football, but I played hella Madden, obviously, and
that's all you need.
And I used to use Jerome Bettis? He was the beast.
The bus, baby.
The bus, baby.
He was always good for 4 yards. I'm just telling you.
No, maybe in real life he was good for 4 yards, but on that video game he was literally a bus. It was He was like a cheat code, bro. But he would take people down.
He just plowed them. Yeah. Okay, so go ahead.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, for boxing, that's where we need to be. Is we need to treat boxing like a team, and we can't just because you go to another team, or you can't stop loving the whole sport, because we want to see the best fight the best. We want to see the best matchups for us as fans.
Sure.
Yes, and as the media, as like the newer media and YouTube boxing coverage, we have an influence. I mean, think about how many fighters you talk to, how many promoters you talk to. Like, it's not like there's no voice. I'm just saying we can influence things that happen, but we can't control it because we're not the ones with a ton of money. The only way you can control it is if one day, unilaterally as fans, if they put some bullshit pay-per-view up there, nobody buys it. It literally does like 200 fucking buys. Like, that's the only way you could ever change the sport, is if you could actually hurt their pockets that bad that they're like, dang, we got to do what the fans want. That's the only way. It's through the money.
So, Ness, you have yet to answer the question. You're going last, and I'm glad you're going last because when you answer the question, it was a really good question, by the way. I think it should be a poll. I haven't checked if you put it out yet. But when you answer, I really would be curious to hear your thoughts on like what you believe now versus what you believe when you first started. You know, because we're talking almost a decade now.
You're asking me to answer, do I think we can change it?
Yeah, your question. Yeah, I want you to answer that.
Yeah. Look at where we at. I mean, think about it, bro. Let's go back to HBO and Showtime and ESPN. You know, ESPN Friday Night Fights. There was no on demand. And then HBO made on demand, and you could go back and archive their fights. And then Showtime did that, you know. And then eventually apps came out, you know. And Showtime created Anytime and eventually started to put their fights on an app on the go. And then eventually we got fights on Twitter. Remember, what was it? Adrian Broner Granados was free on Twitter, and
oh yeah,
and Ruslan Pavatnikov maybe versus Peter Petrov, if I'm right, was free on Twitter.
I think that one was Facebook Live.
Like,
I think,
bro, everything we asked for over the years, like, oh, they should use Facebook to put fights, and all of a sudden there's fights on Facebook, and
they should show the whole undercard.
Yeah,
that was a big thing that the fans definitely.
Why the fuck is only 3 fights and it's really 10 fights? They need to show it. Put it on your YouTube channel. Like, these dudes ain't been watching boxing enough to hear us crying for them to put prelims. We did
and then they
that.
put it on Show Extreme. Remember? Yeah, that's a good point. You're right. There are aspects of the sport that we have power. Too. Sure.
Look at some of the fights that have been incubated and here and in other places. You know what I'm saying? Like look at some of the fighters that, you know, the way they approach social media. You know, they're listening. They're listening and they're paying attention. So that right there, to me,
remember,
that's change, brother.
Mike Coffey and Cassius Chaney got offers off our interview. They both received offers to fight each other. But
yo, I can't wait for that.
I do think it's possible, just not at our pace. Like, think about it. It's been 12 years, or you know what I mean? It's not like that shit happened overnight. We've been crying for a while, and we're still look. And this is what I'm saying. These dudes just, you know, my Jinbe let me down. I love you. It don't mean that I hate you, but it's like I'm let down. I don't even want to use the word disappointed. I'm let down. And that's what I'm saying. I got almost 12 years begging for a $39 pay-per-view. I don't give a fuck if you don't think it's an A-level pay-per-view. I've been begging to pay less money. You understand? So I think change is possible, you know, not at our pace. But, you know, we went down this little road because I wonder if we need to do like a weekly or a monthly show dedicated to Al Heyman leaving and trying to have a sit down with Dazn. I mean, I'm tired of pay-per-view, bro. This year, you know, it would be a good day to try and remember every pay-per-view this year just to add the money up, because I feel like we've spent $700. And that's why people are stealing. That's why people aren't buying it, because we spent $700 this year. And I would just
it's so easy to steal now.
I would just rather him go to Dazn. I don't have any alliance. Ain't nobody giving me no money. It's just simpler.
And it's not that you're saying that you want him to go to Dazn. It's that you're saying you want them to work together on that type of platform.
No,
and you're 100% right.
I want him to take all his fighters to Dazn is what I'm saying. I want to pay $883 for Crawford versus Terence versus Bud. I want that part of my. I want Jamel and Canelo for $883 over there.
Yeah.
Like,
no, you're absolutely right.
I just want that. Like, they re-signed Golden Boy. Like, and this is what's frustrating to me, you know, because people are like, oh, that ain't never gonna happen. And maybe you're right, but does that mean that we stop asking for that? Because you just re-signed Canelo. I mean, Oscar, who has Virgil Ryan, Blair the Flair. Oh, Sinisa Estrada,
and
Marlon Esparza, and Zuldo. So you signed the company for a handful of fighters when you could sign a company for 200 plus fighters.
Like 40% of boxing.
200 plus fighters. Like, if your model is to get boxing, I think there's room for one more promoter on Dazn.
I agree.
And yes, I fully understand that it doesn't mean that they're going to work together and this could just create the fucking Bermuda Triangle with these three fucks. But it's a step closer to what we do want. And at the end of the day, do you care if they don't fight each other, but they are over there and you're paying $883?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, $700 is a lot of money. It really is a lot of money. That's a lot of pay-per-views to be a boxing fan.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And I want to add one point to your point, because for all the people that are going to be like, oh, well, that's a pipe dream, or, oh, that's nonsensical and that'll never happen. It's like you're saying, the point is to talk about it, to put it in the airway. Remember how Pacquiao De La Hoya happened? I know Ness remembers. I know Amin remembers. That shit, was basically, Merchant throwing up a fucking Hail Mary, and it ended up happening. And it's because good ideas take form and they take shape. And here's what happens when you go that route. When you have a fight that delivered, and maybe some people were upset with the way that it ended, fine, but when you have a fight that delivered with Porter and Crawford, and then 4 or 5 days later, a week later, whatever, everybody's shitting on it with the pay-per-view numbers. All the people that didn't like Crawford or wanted it to fail or whatever they were mad about, now they got their ammo. If you can take that aspect out of it, right? If you can make that no longer part of the narrative, when we talk about, press conference or announcement, weigh-in, fight, post-fight, numbers. Like, when you chop that out of the equation, boxing's better for it.
Yeah.
I just
on the zone, no one has the right to say they're a draw because those numbers are secret. So I like what you're saying. You can't use that against Crawford. Oh, you didn't do numbers. Jamel, you don't do numbers. On the zone, everyone is equal, and the CEO, they just want the fight. And I just want to pay $883. Understand that. $8.83 per month if you pay for the year and you get that. And it could be a pipe dream. But
the only people that will take issue with that is the fighters that want to respectfully, they want to know how the sausage is made. They want to, well, what about the numbers? If you're getting paid, to me, if it works out to where you're getting paid what you're getting paid and the numbers are not disclosed, I'm with everybody else. You can't use that against another fighter to avoid them potentially duck them. You know what I'm saying? So the only fighter... I mean,
even though Ryan does, right? Because Ryan still, he did use his numbers somehow on Dazn. Somehow he had,
Yeah, but Ryan's the definition of duck. Ryan's the definition. That's another show for another day.
Yo, back to these.
Another day.
Back to
you talking about the TikTok guy?
Yeah.
No, I'm playing.
Back to these super chats. I got George the Last Patriot back with another one. He says, I think in America, boxing is niche. In the rest of the world, it's like baseball. It's not the king, but people still kind of care. Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely
it's like clout too, right? Like, everybody wants to be. I know that the term water cooler talk isn't really, modern anymore, but for us that are old enough to know what that means, and for people that aren't, it's like essentially when you watch the show on Sunday and then you went to work and everybody gathered around the water cooler when those existed, and that's the fan buzz, right, that you create, and it's kind of like the same thing, at least that's how I take it. But
I got RNS1. Boots is the next generation. This generation still has unfinished business. Ortiz and Boots have to wait in capitals. Wow. I disagree, right? There's guys that are telling me stop. No one said stop, but they're saying Earl has unfinished business. I mean, Bud has unfinished business at 47. So when I say Gennady, they say, yo, why can't somebody just reign in their division? So if you're going to reign, you got to take on the upcoming generation. You got to take on the Boots, Virgils, and Connors. Now, I will agree and admit that doesn't happen until you beat your hit list because they are bigger names. I get that. But if you're not going to move up, if we're not going to ask you to move up and your fans don't want us to ask you to move up, do your hit list. But the thing is, he wants to retire. Like he said to Shawn, I'm about to lead too. So we don't know how many fights is that. I would love his hit list and, the three young guns, because those are all money fights too for him. Those fights will develop and Virgil will get a bigger fan base. Great fight for him with a Mexican fan base. Conor, as he develops, obviously, that's an amazing fight for him because it's international, son of a legend, And then Ennis, come on, man. That's going to be like, Floyd Mayweather versus Sugar Shane Mosley.
You know something? I wish Brandon, the super producer, could go back and find. It had to be a morning show or a flagship show. When I said that, I said, yo, after Bud beats Porter, he could just be, the young guy killer, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, which one of the young guys? If he doesn't get the fights against, the unfinished business, because I agree. I don't want anybody to get misconstrued. I want him to fight Spence. I want him to fight Thurman. And then that's right. Right. But if that doesn't happen, go ahead and fight Virgil. Go ahead and fight a Conor Benn. And then go ahead and fight Boots if you kind of need something and, waiting for the Boots fight or whatever. But if he does those three in terms of the young guns, yo, that's enough for me. Again, of course I want Thurman, but Thurman ain't fighting nobody right now. He's fighting his damn barber because he mad because he cut the fucking ponytail and he still ain't, used the momentum of the marketing to do nothing with it. So, yeah, if that fight doesn't happen, obviously Spence, but the way Spence energy, the handshake ain't matching the smile, as Beanie Siegel would say. That energy is real different, right? Be the young guy killer, you know what I'm saying? And then from there, then maybe that fight, with Triple G, if you just going for the bag.
Listen, B-Hop did that, He had 20 title defenses at middleweight, and so does Gennady for that instance, But, I mean, he tried to get there or did get there and then lost to Canelo or whatever. So, he can stay at welterweight. But it just sounds like he doesn't. Like yesterday's interview was very telling. He said it, bro. These training camps are no joke. They're brutal. No one likes this shit. He said his ankles, his knees, those, they're weighing on him. He ain't sticking around for long, man. I really feel like if he does complete the hit list, it might be over, and that's okay. That hit list is the cherry on top. That's going to solidify the legacy. Those last four names are great names. And I think based off yesterday's interview with Shawn Porter, it's I don't know how many years he got left. I don't know.
These guys, man, they're smart. Think about it. They're all going the Andre Ward route. Like, they're like, I'm going to get in. I'm going to get my money. I'm going to cement whatever it is I feel I need to, and I'm out. Yeah. I'm not trying to stay past my prime in the game. I'm not trying to be retired.
Ward route?
Tank said it.
Ward route or Floyd route? I mean, it was Floyd. It was Floyd that made it cool to say, I'm leaving this sport with all my faculties in order. You know what I'm saying?
Ward too, I'm just saying there's a pattern. Floyd, Ward, all these guys, even Tank, he's talking, man, I'm not going to be here forever. I need to do what I need to do. If you listen to all these top tier guys, they're all like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do and I'm gone. Like, you're not going to see me fight like a Muhammad Ali and fight way past my prime. You're not going to see me out here trying to just get a check and get beat up and let my name get used and abused.
Yeah,
it just seems to be a pattern that's happening now. These guys, they don't want that. They don't want that. They don't want to stay longer. They don't want to be Sergio Martinez and come back in that fight with Cotto with two bum knees. And just getting beat up and getting your strap
Cotto
taken.
What year did Floyd retire?
I mean, what do you count as his retirement? The Berto fight or the for the Conor McGregor fight?
Let's go with the Berto. Let's go with
So
Berto.
Andre Berto fought in 2015, September 12th, Mexico Independence Weekend.
But he was how old?
Floyd?
Yes. Because Bud is 34 right now. So, I hope it's not 36 because then he only got 2 years left in theory based off Floyd. The barometer, the gold seal, the standard.
So, okay, math time. He's 44 now.
I gotta call myself.
That was in 2021. So 2015 was 6 years ago, right?
Yes.
5, 6. Yeah, 6 years ago. So 6 minus 44 would be 38. So I think he was 38 at the time.
Okay.
At least around there.
Please, at least let Crawford give us 4 more. Because we got to be realistic. And realistically, 2 more years sounds right. But how old was Ward? That's his mentor. Or at least his friend. Mentor may be a stretch.
You're saying when was
Floyd's
Andre
retirement?
Ward's?
You need Ward's retirement and Bradley's. Bradley's retirement too. That's his back in it. That's the one that put him on. It was Bradley that told everybody, and that's how he got signed.
So Andre Ward,
well, not signed because he was already with Cameron Duncan in Top Rank, but that's how he started getting out the opportunities.
So Ward is 37 currently, okay, and he turns 38 next year. So he's 37, and he fought Kovalev in 2017, which was 4 years ago. So 4 minus 37 is 33, and you can check my math on that.
Damn, but that's early. Shout out to Ward. That's too early. Fuck that.
Didn't we all think it was too early when he did that?
Yeah,
when he left, he had just beat the Crusher.
I didn't think it was really gonna stay, Adrian.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna come out of retirement.
I agree with you 100%. You're right.
I just he won that fight and was like, I'm done.
It's crazy.
Straight up. But that's the thing.
What about Bradley?
They have that ability because they have these other avenues. Porter has the same exact. Like, I get it with Porter, and Ness, you were talking about his friend earlier. He had been saying that he had been telling him to retire for years now because he didn't have anything more to prove, I guess, in his mind, and ultimately he has these other avenues that are just as what's the word?
Yeah,
just
man.
as financial.
But $4 million plus,
they're lucrative.
Lucrative, yes. Thank you. Adrian.
No, they're lucrative, but $4 million plus is $4 million plus, fellas.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm not saying that, but
and when you divide that $4 million into the 3-month training camp and fight night, you still divide that shit properly. It still divides very well,
No,
I think that he just was really smart with his money too. Like Ward always came off to me as some of these guys seem smart with their money, like they're probably making investments. They're planning for their future outside of boxing heavily. And then you got other guys that you look at the way they spend their money and you go like, but are they planning?
See, that's
outside
the
of
shift
boxing?
in culture. You're right. Absolutely. Like, you hear guys, like, I don't know if you ever watch, like, the stuff on YouTube. Like, I mean, they're, like, TED Talk type stuff or conferences, where, like, Shaq talks or Floyd talks or, like, some of these guys, LeBron, even Kobe, did a lot of these. And they talk about these investments where it's like, yeah, I discovered, rideshare, apps before they came out. And I invested, $250,000 and got blah, blah. Like, you can see that these guys, like, that's what's in now. You know what I mean? Like, it used to be like, yo, I'm going to wear this fur coat in the 70s and I'm going to hop out this stretch Rolls Royce with, 4 hookers and it's going to be dope and I'm fly for that. But now it's like this shift in culture where athletes are just as judged and gauged by their ability to be financially smart and make these right choices. And then it's like, oh my God, you turned 1 million into 80 million. Like, how did you do that? Like, that's as impressive now, for these guys as it was. And that's like the Charlos, like, look what they've been able to accomplish financially. Like, they're fucking rich. Do not let anybody ever fool you. Those guys are fucking rich. And so, that's the new swag. And these guys like Porter and Ward, and some of the other guys that Adrian mentioned, like, that's what they understand. They know that. You know what I'm saying? So they have these avenues, but I agree. I think at least 2 years, Terence has got it in him. And based on what he showed us, I think that he could fight for longer if he wanted, but that 2-3 years sounds like probably the most logical choice. That's the bet I would put if I had to.
Not everybody's Tom Brady. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Good
you look
call.
at a guy like B-Hop who fought well later into his age successfully.
Yeah. Successfully.
That's not everybody. I mean,
But that could be
for a long
Crawford.
fucking time.
No, but that could be Crawford because remember, he's just as clean as B-Hop. Well, I don't know really. B-Hop made it public that he don't drink. He's he's super clean.
His diet regimen, bro. That
took care of
dude,
his body.
I do this at
there
this
was a
time
part
of the
of
day. He did everything to take care of his body, which is why I compare him to like a Tom Brady type. There's just not a lot of guys who get that much success, but stay regimented, disciplined all the time.
But
it doesn't matter how much money they get, how much success they have, they still want to keep being great. I mean, that's the thing that Floyd did when he got all that money. Everyone would think like most guys would fall to that kind of money. Dang, I just got this much. I don't got to work that hard. So, I mean, it's more about that too. I mean, if is Terence that regimented that he can go, I mean, anybody can go into older age if you're really, really taking care of yourself. But are you really taking care of yourself?
Let me
B-Hop
get a
is
super
an example, though.
Oh, my bad.
Real quick, B-Hop in his example, we got to be careful, though, because that's when we mix in business with the sport, because he didn't really get control of his career. First of all, he was a little older when he turned pro, and then he didn't really get control of his career. So them last couple fights, they was big money bags because he got the upset over Pavlik. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't just that.
Nah, it wasn't it before that? When he fought, didn't he fight
John Pascal, right?
No.
That was later.
Didn't he fight Oscar before Pavlik?
Yeah. He knocked Oscar out with a body shot.
Yeah.
Liver shot.
Nah, you got the story wrong. I mean, the story is
right.
He fought Oscar for 10. That was his first $10 million payday, bro. Oscar De La Hoya, $10 million plus 5% of the company.
Yep.
And
So
that's
you
what
know,
I'm saying. But
we didn't have
how many
Instagram
fights-
back then, or people would have been saying Oscar took a dive to sign B-Hop to part of the company.
Well, they were saying it back then anyway.
That's what I'm saying.
Because Mosley got 5%. I bet you some of these dudes ain't know that.
But he left that on the table, or he let that when he walked and took that Floyd fight, right?
Yeah,
was it the Floyd fight?
I think it was Floyd or the Pacquiao fight made him like, fuck your 5% of your low ass company.
Yeah, but that's the thing. B-Hop's still making money after all this time, and all he's got to do is show up. Like the other day, I forgot who said it on Twitter, but they were like, what does B-Hop actually do for Golden Boy? You know what he does? He fucking shows up, and that's all he has to do.
But that's so false.
What do you mean?
He definitely finds talent. Yeah. No. I didn't mean it like
in that community, man.
No. I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean it like he doesn't do shit.
I know
he's not obligated to do anything.
No.
You know?
And I'm not saying you meant it that way. I'm answering the Twitter,
gotcha.
question.
Yeah.
It's been a while, but he has found talent. I feel like he should be doing more, for his inner city fighter. But he did sign Derek Wilson. He signed Franchon Cruz. He got a few people that he put on, thanks to him. I mean, don't forget Blair's from Philly, he's not really from LA and all that shit.
Good point.
B-Hop, and he speaks when Oscar cannot. They're not, neither one of them are the best because, B-Hop, Lord, sometimes I'm happy I'm not doing interviews out there no more. My man will talk to you for 3 hours. It's just, he just
you're
talk.
right.
And then Oscar repeats tremendous. So, you got to pick your poison. But B-Hop is a better speaker, and he's a good spokesperson. Like, again, Al Heyman don't got that. Like, who's out there right now saying, man, if Errol Spence, they would have threw the towel in for Errol Spence too if they would have gave him another round. Something nice and jazzy to keep Earl's name in the media. You know what I'm saying? But there is none. Al has nobody. You know what I mean? And no one is defending Earl. There is no PBC spokesperson. Ain't nobody bigging up Brandon Figueroa. Where's Brandon Figueroa versus Stephen Fulton hype? There is none because Al ain't there.
What's up with Sam Watson though?
He's never been the vocal spokesperson. None of them ever been Bob Arum, and they will never be Eddie Hearn. None of them ever been Bob. Bob is at every press conference. Bob talks. Bob interviews with everyone. You may not like what he says, but he gives you time. And he's at every press conference. This dude is 99 years old. He's at all his press conference. Think about that for a little bit. Let that sink in, okay? And for PBC, it's a different promoter in every press conference. You get Ellaby one day. You get Tom one day. You get Brittany one day. You used to get Lou one day. You might get Salita another day. There's no one there to say, you know what? I'm going to take the initiative. Every fighter under, that Al fucks with, I'm going to be that Eddie for them. No one is doing that. There's nobody, man. There's nobody moving on. ASAP Sam says, oh, man. You had Bernie the Boxer on the show. Are you going to try and get Bud on the show? I will. I will try and see if Bud is, let bygones be bygones.
He seems like he's in a better, he seems more open. I just
feel like, with all the talking I did, he's probably going to be like, nah, fuck that dude, he didn't believe then. See. I don't care about now. You know what I mean?
All right, y'all. I'm about to take off. I gotta go do some things, man. It's good seeing y'all. I'm gonna keep listening to the show, man. Have a good one and enjoy your Thanksgiving. If I don't talk to y'all before that, hey, are you still doing the Border Wars show tonight?
Yes.
Tonight. All right. Yeah, I ain't got class tonight, so I might have to jump on there and see what's going on.
For sure.
Hey, man, enjoy your Thanksgiving. Hey, say hello to Little Man for me.
Nah, I definitely will.
Tell him I said what's up.
I will. All right, y'all. Have a good one.
Peace, bro.
So we got Marlinus says PBC promoting Crawford has already begun. Really? Let's check their Instagram premiere.
Let's go to the IG.
Let's see what they got on premieres. I see Tank. Let me share this. So we see Tank. Happy birthday to Thurman. No congratulations, Crawford. Let's see if it's going to be Fox to sign him. PBC on Fox. Aha. But this is old. This is after the fight. This is all that they put. This is 3 days ago, yeah. Only 21,000 likes. I'm telling you, this is another reason why DAZN is killing it, bro. 21,000 likes after 3 days, bro. DAZN just gets more attention on their social media. They out here working, man. They would have had this fight everywhere. Let's see if ESPN, they have a very good IG, man. I like those guys. They're doing their thing on their IG. And they only got 344,000. Insane. These guys go to work with the content. Look, they got Crawford Errol right here. And look, they reposted JC Dazn. That's so dope. And they gave him credit.
That's nasty. I like that.
Yeah, no, they reached out to me and they asked me, can they use something of mine? And they used it and they gave me credit too, man. These guys they're working, bro. That's what I'm saying.
That's what's up, man.
They're working. But
damn,
they're low. Those numbers low. Who jumped on?
Oh, that is. No. One of the comments was Coach Mac from Twitter and IG. Yo, who's
I ain't even see this picture. Look, it's the same hit list. Keith Thurman, Ugas, and Earl.
See, I'm behind. I see like the
behind.
thumbnails right now look like somebody's got like a Cholo cover album that they just posted. You know, like one of them little Rob.
That Errol
albums.
Spence video, crazy, yo. Yo, let's talk about that, because this is in the description. It says this is a review of the Porter Way podcast. In that episode where they, shout out to Keith. I said Keith. Shout out to Shawn, man. He fucking working, bro. The day after the fight, he doing an interview with Shawn Zattel. The next, 2 days, 3 days later, he's doing an interview with Terence Crawford on his podcast, bro. That was dope, man. But
such a good move.
Yeah.
He playing chess. Everybody else playing checkers.
Yeah.
Yo, but that's such a good move by Bud too, man, because again, he's breaking that stigma of Bud don't like to talk. Well, not only do I like to talk now, you know what I'm saying? Because he did more talking on there than he did on Brian Custer, right? As far as engaging.
I would say so. I would definitely say so.
Yeah, so it's
That's
great
why
opportunity for both of them.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And that was like the point I'm trying to make. Like, I don't want to pretend like I know Terrence or I know him so well that I could tell what he's thinking. Not at all. What I'm saying is that I've seen him on many podcasts. I've interviewed him on this podcast. I've interviewed him in real life. Like, I know what he sounds like. I know the phonetics that he uses, verbiage. I know that. And just lately, after that post-fight press conference after Porter, he just seems different. He just this tone in his voice that sounds like happier, more open. And I can imagine being in a situation where you have this cloud over your head, where your promoter, the guy that's supposed to tell the world that you're the best, is out here shitting on you. And it's like, you don't want to be in that situation. You don't want to be in that position. So now to be free of it, everybody, we talk about mental health a lot these days. And it's like, that's important for your mental health, especially as an athlete. Athletes have, mental health coaches and stuff like that, or sports, whatever, you know what I'm talking about. And so, it could be as simple as he's just like in a better place today. The best fighter that he's always been, nothing in the ring changes, but his persona outside, he just seems more approachable, I guess is the word I'm trying to look for. But yeah.
I want to ask about Porter and his co-host's thoughts in front of, well, not in front of, was it in front of? I don't know. I can't remember exactly how it played out, but did you guys see when they were discussing Errol Spence Jr.'s walkout after the Porter fight? When Terrence, when Terrence stopped, Porter, obviously Earl got up and, walked away, and not before being caught on camera. So the Porter Way podcast gave their thoughts on the walkout, and very much like us, I wonder, yes, I have an egomaniac, so I wonder if they're influenced by us. They were talking body language and everything, bro. I was like, yo, what's up with that? Jacking my swag, man. But
y'all,
but yeah, I ain't gonna tell you what they said in case y'all didn't hear it, but I want to know your thoughts individually on Earl leaving the way that he did. What do you think of it? How did you interpret it? What does it mean?
Go ahead, Ami.
No, so listen, the way I interpret it, I mentioned it before.
First, please let the audience know, did you catch Porter's podcast? And do you already?
I did not catch that.
So you don't
I didn't
know
catch it.
Good. You don't.
I don't know what was said. So this is just on me. When I saw it, first of all, walking out before the fight, before the results were announced, even if you thought it was a foregone conclusion. My thing is, the camera's watching you, and there's already the built up, controversy for the fight. And you were the one that set the terms. That's why I stated earlier. You were the one that set the terms. Go get a belt. Go fight somebody. Go do this. I don't go to his fights. So now here you are at the fight, and you walk out. That is the definition, the essence of the handshake ain't matching the smile. The energy's different. He doesn't want that fight the way he wanted it before. And I don't think it's a matter of being afraid. I think it's just a matter of, like I said, as much as I am a fan of Spence, you can't get in a position to duck fighters and use that A-side slut talk. I don't like it. So I don't know what was said on the Porter podcast, but I don't like what Spence did. To me, body language and all that shit. It says, now there's a difference between in the heat of a confrontation, one man going the other way, being the bigger man to avoid a conflict. Nah, homie, the boxing is built on this. And if you want to fight, because we held AJ to that same standard, you know, in our fight. If you wanted to fight with Wilder, why didn't you get in the ring, and vice versa? If you wanted to fight, you got to beat the drum. We said the same thing about Andrade. Why didn't you go to the plant fight? You know what I'm saying? So at that same stage, you went to the fight and you left. So when it's time for you to speak about Terence Crawford's fight, you know what I mean? Or to speak about you having a fight with him, I'm expecting them to have a shy guy kind of energy. I don't like it personally.
Yeah, unfortunately, I did watch it, and not only did I watch it, but I saw the half a dozen to a dozen memes and gifs that people put together on it, and they all kind of pointed in the same direction.
Wait. When you say you watched it, you watched what? The Errol Spence walkout or the Put Away podcast?
Both.
Oh shit! Damn. So you know what they said?
Yeah. But I will say this though, okay? And by the way, the memes and the gifs were just hilarious. I will say this, like, it's context, and the context of it, you're allowing people to what's the word? You're allowing people to manifest their own ideas about what that represented or what that looked like. You know what I mean? Like, Amin's absolutely 100% right. This is a business, but they are in the business of fighting. And that business comes with the method and the business model of creating tension that people turn into dollars. Like, the more tension that you seem to have, or the more conflict that appears to be there, that can translate into dollars. The way that home runs translate into dollars, the way that knockouts translate into dollars. The same thing is true for fight promotion. So, you know, ultimately that was just a bad, they put him in a bad place. And for him to have gone to the ring, the time-honored tradition, I understand if he didn't want to look like the guy who's chasing, I get that, but, you know, it would have been better.
And let me just add right quick, Ness, even if he didn't go to the ring, like, we live in an area of social media. Somebody could have caught him having a soundbite saying, oh, man, you know, that was a good fight, but so on and so, right? Because we got one of the illest soundbites that we use, right? I bet you 250,000. I bet $1 million. Like, this fight has been built on the banter between these two, the tension that it is. And so, again, it's not promoting the conflict. It's adding to that. It's already there. There's already that gentlemanly wager. It's already that competitive nature. It's already been that way outside of the ring. So now, you know, here's an opportunity to make it more of a reality inside the ring. And I feel like Spence just dropped the ball on that.
Fucking Mario left. Mario! Man, I want his thoughts on their thoughts, though. They don't sound like you guys. I'm going to just say, fuck.
They thought it was okay to walk out because you're falling asleep on the movie. Let's go.
Bro, they received that so different than us, man. I know this community ain't receiving like, them dudes called that shit swaggy. They was like, oh man, yo, did you see his swag, yo? Did you see how he walked out, yo? Damn, that shit was official, yo. Yo, he walked out like, yo. I'm like, what the fuck? What in the fuck am I listening to? They called that shit all time. I don't even, because I'm not young. They use so many different terms of swag. Like, they use the word swag with different pronunciations. I'm like, what world am I in that shit was cool? Bro,
no kind of way.
They received that as cool, bro. I'm like, wow, okay, look, these guys. You know?
So, but there's the thing, man. People change and money changes and things change. I would have never guessed a straightforward, literally come forward fighter like Shawn Porter would condone what I call, you know what I mean, turning your back on somebody. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, And again, it's not, he didn't have to get in the ring. I mean, just even if you're going to walk out, again, there's no sound bite. Oh, but he went to Twitter. So he like Meek Mill. He went to Twitter and said something about, come on, man.
He
Give
said
that as a sound bite.
It would have been so much better. You're absolutely right. He did go to Twitter, but I get him. See, his tweet did, I posted this tweet on my Instagram. Shit got like 3,800 likes. Like, it did fucking send fire through the internet, but it would have did more. It would have been a fucking eclipsing of his performance by saying, well, if you asking me, as soon as they put that mic, man, if he would have said his tweet, it would have diminished the win. If he would have said his tweet in the ring, it would have diminished the win. Man, if that was my father, I ain't paying that motherfucker. What you mean? He threw the towel in. I had Shawn up at the time. This shit bullshit. Like, saying it hurts more. But Mario's back. Mario's back. Mario, you said you watched the Porter Way podcast. What did you hear them say about Earl walking out? You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Oops.
We hear you. Not anymore. Now. Not anymore. Check the settings on Skype. So, anyway, he'll tell us his thoughts on, he dropped off altogether. Fudge, because I wanted someone else that, at least I hope one of you guys out there who are going to call in have watched the Porter Way podcast. Again, I do try to pride myself on watching everything for you so that you don't have to waste your time, and I just give you, a summary of it. But if you watched it, your opinion is so valid right now because I want to know how you perceive it, because Terence Crawford, on the other hand, didn't perceive it as cool. He said, well, I found it funny because he said he wouldn't come to none of my fights. And, then Shawn asked him, when did that start? He was like, well, I really don't know because he used to come to my fights. He used to be a fan of my fights. But it's when I got in his division that he stopped coming because he's scared. And it's like, wow, he's saying a lot right now. The day of the fight, again, we talk about Earl not taking the mic and taking advantage and changing and pushing the narrative. And instead, it's Crawford pushing the narrative. The day of the fight, what he said. I'll fight Earl if he take his tail out his butt. You know what I'm saying? Now he on the Porter Way podcast 2 days later calling him scared. He like, what I got to keep saying his name for? Everybody know. But then he did still give the hit list. So it's like, it's one dude saying, I want to fight, and then there's another dude, not saying he want to fight.
And even break it down. There's one dude that want to bet 250,000, and there's 100 one dude that want to bet $1 million.
No, 100,000.
100, excuse me. So again, it's one dude that want to bet 100,000, and it's the other dude that want to bet $1 million. And homeboy still want to bet his $1 million.
That's one of the illest lines too. That's one of the illest lines because if it's so menace to society. He's like, you getting that money, right? Like, yo, you got $1 million. You supposed to be getting that money. Ain't you a pay-per-view star? Look, man, we're going to have to open it up. I'm going to go to a few more super chats and open up these phone lines. You know the number to call in, 1-425-569-5241. It's also coming across the screen. You can also add Nestor Gibbs on Skype to be part of the conversation. If you want to skip the line, send a $5 Cash App to the name right there, NESGTO, $, NESGTO, or use YouTube and send a $5 Cash App with the, acronym CP for counterpunch or the word counterpunch, and we'll go to you. Boomerangs, ringers, and all that goodness, pound for pounds, masterminds, you're up first. Real quick, a word from our sponsors, but we got Coach Myers with the super chat. He says, Al gave away Porter just to get Crawford. Laugh aloud. Chess not checkers. Porter, even though I don't agree with that, I agree that, Porter tried to fight his last hurrah. Like, if you're willing to retire, why not roll the dice getting a title shot? And he said, win or lose, I was going to retire. Not that I believe that, because I feel like win or lose, he could have been enticed into the unification. His story his legacy continues to grow. And if he would have won, it could have been a reinvigoration of you know, his love for the sport and wanting to achieve greatness. You know, winning the Crawford fight would have changed that. I know that because it would have been, look how big it is for Crawford, this win. So it would have been 10 times as big for the underdog, especially the guy that kept coming up short. You know, it would have been like, fuck the Rocky story, bro. Rocky story, man. We got Big Super Max.
Am I good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool.
Did you? So what did you hear them say about Earl's walking out of the arena after the knockout
on the Porter podcast?
Yes.
Let me think. Oh, you know what I remember? Fucking hilarious. Oh man, I always forget his name. Damn, I wish I would have remembered.
I don't know none of their name except Shawn's.
Yeah, it's the
Shawn and Shawn. I only know Shawn and Shawn.
It's the, I know, right? Shawn and Shawn. It's not, well, it's the only other black co-host.
Yes.
Okay, he said he was
very
fucking
funny.
hilarious. I love him. He's so good. He said, "Yo, what'd you think about Earl coming to your fight and then walking out like Sting?" I was like, dude, that's exactly what Sting used to do. He would just show up,
did say that.
look at Hulk Hogan in the NWO, and then it was just like fade to black, and the fucking Nitro was over. But yeah, it was hilarious.
That's when he asked Crawford. Do you remember when they were talking about it themselves? I'll just remind you, you know, they were to me, I totally heard them saying like it was so swagful and like they were like bigging it up. Like, yo, did you see Earl? He walked out, man. It was so cool. It was like so swag. He walked out with so much swag. Even Sean Zattel was like, yo, when I seen Earl walk out, I turned and I said, that's the Earl from before the accident. I'm like, yo, people, go back and listen.
I gotta check that.
Y'all tripping.
Wow.
Listen. They bigged that moment up as like if he won a fucking award. Like
if that was the move.
Like that was the move. Like it showed that Earl is back. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm quoting them. That's a quote. That showed Earl was back. That's the Earl from pre-accident. I'm like,
I need context for that. See, oh man, listen, I know that you know what you're saying, but as soon as you started talking, I was like, oh no, he's getting mixed up when they were talking about the outros or their walkout songs. Because he said the same thing, not the same thing, but along the same lines. But no, he didn't say that. What you're saying is
because when they
different.
talked about the songs, Crawford took over and he was like, well, I don't really know. I don't really pick it. It picks me. Like I be in the gym and then it's like, oh, I'm bad. Yeah, I'm bad. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, it wasn't that,
Crawford
bro.
wasn't on when this was being talked
Crawford
about.
wasn't on when
Crawford
wasn't on when they was calling it swag. I'm telling you, they use so many different terms, not terms,
Swagalicious?
but like, they use so many different pronunciations of swag. Like they was like, yo, it was so swaggy. It was swag. I'm like, what the fuck did they watch?
I did not see swaggy at all. One of the memes, and this was like one of the best. And now understand that this might not sound funny, but the way that it was presented, it was funny. It was like that moment you realize your kids ain't getting Chris. No, wait, what was it? Fuck, I can't remember. I'm going to butcher it. But like all the memes, like everybody else interpreted it very different on Twitter. And obviously Twitter's like a toxic place and it's full of assholes. But, I think that was the majority. There are plenty of people on Twitter that aren't assholes and actually know boxing very well and are awesome people to follow. And even they were like, no, that it didn't play the way that Earl probably wanted it to play. If he even cared, which I'm sure he does, but that was the move. Like, that was a move. They're playing chess, ultimately. These guys are playing chess, and, the winner's the A side, essentially. And I just don't see that. I did not interpret it that way at all to me. And maybe part of it was the fan in me that was just disappointed. Like, fuck, we're not going to get a post-fight, stare down. Like, we're not going to get, some shit talking.
That's what bothers me, that there's certain fans trying to defend this when we begged for Wilder to get in the ring with AJ. We got mad at AJ for hiring security. We We definitely weren't mad at Big Baby for trying to bum rush the ring. No one got mad at Tyson for bum rushing the ring. Everyone loved Mosley bum rushing the ring on Floyd. So it's just like, yo, don't defend this craziness, man. Like, as boxing fans, we want the build-up, you know? Let us be like, yeah, fucking, yo, I can't wait for that fight. Nah, you look at the camera like, oh, that shit was corny. I'm out. Nah, I was not happy with that. But I got Big Super Mex that says, UFC don't tell us people can't find the pay-per-view on the app. UFC don't tell us people can't find. Oh, so basically he's saying Crawford is making up an excuse.
Yeah, that UFC doesn't have that excuse, even though they're on ESPN Plus. My response would be that boxing has a older crowd, like an older fan base. Like UFC has a much younger medium of fan base. But listen, I saw Enrique put something about it. I saw plenty of people on Twitter.
Yeah, no, Enrique talked about it. He couldn't access it.
Listen, he had to buy it on his, come over.
He had to buy it on his iPad and then stream it to his TV.
Yeah, he said he couldn't even figure it out for a while. And it was like, dude, you expect me to pay for this and it not be on TV? And the thing is this, right? It's like things you don't think about when you're fans like we are, right? And fans like our community. Like, we've been doing it for so long. You know, we know how these apps work. We know, but for a novice, somebody who's plenty of people, in those situations, it's like not the route. Like, I understand it. You know, I do understand it, and I do believe that the numbers could have been affected by it, because if you look at the Twitter response and you look at, what was trending and the metrics, that fight was on people's minds. That fight was on a lot of people's minds, and it had crossover appeal, at least to a certain magnitude. I'm not saying that it was, Pacquiao Mayweather or some shit like that, or even a Jake Paul fight. What I am saying is that it did break through the lexicon. It did break through into, the stratosphere and the zeitgeist of sports in America, more than those numbers seem to reflect. I'm not saying that the numbers are fake. I'm just saying that the numbers are not accurate in terms of the success of that fight and what Crawford got out of it.
I got some more. It's Supermax again that says, let's look at reality, though, for negotiations. EJ told you Porter don't sell and doubled Bud, who still hasn't cracked 200. App or not, we know what's coming. Yeah, but, being on an app is still hindering you, bruv. You know what I'm saying? It's hindering. Your man fighting on Fox pay-per-view. He getting push. But I get you too, man. So is Crawford. He's on ESPN. You might have to buy it on the app, but the promotion is still ESPN and that whole ESPN ecosystem, which is, I think that is more, because for me, I don't watch those other sports, but I always knew ESPN was the home for those. I didn't know Fox did the same thing. That's new for me.
Yeah, they have baseball, they have NFL, they have NCAA football, and they have soccer, like on FS1. They have a lot. They do. They're a very commendable sports brand, and they have WWE, by the way. And they had UFC for a long time. Fox has really, over the last decade, cemented themselves. And with football, they always had a foot in the door of sports. I mean, more than a foot. But now they've really, brought it full circle. You know what I'm saying? They're not on the ESPN level, but, it goes to show you the power of, and the fans, going back to Nessa's original point, us having power, for months. During COVID, we talked about Dazn letting us down and them needing to create other content that wasn't just fights, stuff that we can watch, like documentaries, original programming. And look what they're doing. They're going to put out that documentary series. I think it might be a 2 or 3-parter, that one on Eastern European fighters. Did y'all see the trailer for that?
No. Let me get to this counterpunch.
You saw it? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Mr. PBC. Thank you for the cash app. Champ. saving that 30%.
Well, yeah. Well, I think one thing I seen that out here was a lot of bars were confused on the price of ESPN Plus and the price of pay-per-view.
A lot of bars. Oh, so what you went around asking local bars if they were
No,
confused?
my homeboy, he owns a bar called Pole Position out here, and he said he's not going to order it because the ESPN Plus price with the pay-per-view added up to like 90. And but there was one bar that was only allowing it out here.
Yo,
and I
tell
was like,
your
cheers.
homeboy that next time buy it because bar's supposed to pay like $2,500, and if he was about to pay 90, he was getting a deal.
No. I'm saying like they were confused on the app price because you have to have the app first to get the pay-per-view.
Yeah, you do.
And but another thing is I think what's his name, Bob, kind of hindered the numbers. And you got to remember, boxing right now is getting punished out here. I feel like UFC has a package deal. Every place has UFC, even though they're on ESPN Plus. I feel like what Bob needs to do is make it.
What he means by that? What he means every place has UFC even though they're on that?
I think he meant like every bar shows the fights, the UFC fights. But if I'm not mistaken, I mean, isn't UFC also available for purchase on like DirecTV in certain places, like Canelo's fights for DAZN?
Yeah,
remember,
like on cable,
they're on
right? Yeah, like when I had
know
Xfinity,
I've seen them.
Yeah, I feel like when I had an Xfinity, I definitely seen banners of that. Like now, obviously, they're cutting the cord.
Yes.
I don't see anything unless it's digital on a YouTube or something like that. But I got some more super chats. I got Ayo Biz. Let me skip this super chat. CYP, you sent the counterpunch, but you sent it on YouTube. You know, we read those in orders, but I know that the counterpunch is the skip, but I'm just seeing that. So do apologize, my friend. Good morning.
Yeah, nigga. Yesterday I sent it on the Cash App. It took 50 minutes. Anyway,
I'm sorry.
What I wanted to say way back then was Bradley, Ward, Oscar De La Hoya, Pernell Whitaker, Leonard, Porter, Hagler, Hatton, Trinidad. Every single one of them men retired before age 35. 35 and under, they was gone. A lot of people don't know that the age between 32 and 36, most greats, they up out of there. This wasn't no surprise to me that Porter was gone. It's not a surprise to me that Bud, like, I ain't got much time left. That usually happens. So when y'all speak on that, at least study up and figure out, like, damn, is this uncommon? No, it really ain't uncommon. And if they do come out of retirement, they usually get their ass beat. That's usually what happens. They get coerced to come out of retirement and lose on that bullshit. Y'all, and last point. When it comes to Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz, they are not fighting the top welterweight. You will not get that fight unless you have a belt or you fight somebody on pay-per-view and do a million buys. There is no time in history where they're giving this young, crazy-ass athletic talent a chance at the 30-year-old guys with belts. It don't happen for free. Be the mandatory. That's the best you could do.
All right.
Yeah, Nessa, you said another 2 years. Bud's 34, so that would make him 36.
No,
that puts him right in line.
He's 36 in 2 years.
Yeah, that puts him right in line to what he's saying. So. I ain't with Trilla, but don't push me. Yo, TLC.
Shout out to Brandon, man. Brandon, you're a good guy, man. I see you always working. We got Ayo Biz. He says, Ness, why your boy Keefe show us that he was in the gym but had no sweat on him? Hashtag wash time. Yo, and why Keefe got on live and I seen a boxer jump on there on his verified IG, troll him like, Keith one time, Thurman back in 2024.
Damn.
Yo,
they roasted him.
A welterweight too, and he ducking me. He ducking me because he know what's coming. You don't just troll Keefe unless you got a fight with Keefe. You know what I'm saying?
Who was it?
I can't.
You ain't telling. You ain't telling?
Nah, I can tell you who it was because, you know, you could have seen it and put it together yourself. But the thing is that somebody, if I say it, somebody might have an even better relationship than me and reach to him first. And then, you know, not that I care because it ain't like I'm about to break news. You know what I'm saying? I just talk about this shit. But yeah, we got another super chat from Clay Scott. Nah, but it's about to be some welterweight fights announced, man. There's a lot of welterweights in camp right now with no fights. Shit is bullshit. Clay Scott Jr. says, Thurman versus Rocha, then Crawford, Spence versus Ugas, Stanonius versus Butayev, or Ennis and Plant. Oh, excuse me, Butayev or Ennis, and then Plant versus Durrell 2022. Who is Rocha? Is he talking about Alexis Rocha, who just lost again? Or did he win? Because I know he lost to Rashidi, but he just had a fight last week or 2 weeks ago. I don't remember if he won.
Alexis Rocha, he fought
lost,
on
right?
the
Did he fight Cepeda? Who he fought?
No, he fought Barraza. He fought on the Anaheim card. Yeah, he got the KO in the 9th round. That's his second win since the Rashidi loss.
Okay. But that's a top-ranked guy. I don't know that they're going to give Thurman a tune-up.
Well, he fought on the Jaime Munguia undercard.
Oh, Golden Boy.
Mm-hmm.
We got
I'm not really sure what the situation was.
Mm-hmm. Me neither. But I mean, because of Rocha's with Golden Boy because he fought Ellis. Maybe that's where I confused
That's what,
it. Yeah. We don't believe you, Thurman. You need more people. Stop it. Leave Keith Thurman alone. Why do you keep doing this?
I think Blair the Flair and Alex Rocha might be, in the cards sooner than Keith does anything. But I would like to see Blair the Flair and Keith just because they kind of like Bizarro world. You ever see like Superman and they got the Bizarro Superman and shit? They kind of got that same appeal.
I would love Blair the Flair and Keith Thurman face off at the weigh-in. Keith, he got to come out looking like the Danny Garcia Keith with the hair blown out like Bone Thugs and just walk out to that shit like boom, 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 boom. Yo, I would love to see them too. Oh, damn, that's right. That's probably why he ain't been the same. Like, what is it, Samson in the Bible and shit?
He could come out to Busta Rhymes because Busta cut his shit.
Oh,
so,
man.
They on the same shit.
That would have been
an
epic.
Busta in the same sense either.
Yo, that would have
been. You're right.
I got Tim Mazzuzi. He says, shout out from Albuquerque. I hang off the buildings, washing windows, and you guys provide me my boxing talk and get me through the day. Well, I hope you made this super chat not hanging from a window, but look at his avatar. He's hanging out the window. Shout out to you, crazy. Tim. I love that. Thank you, bro.
That just scares me just to watch people do that. I'm like,
that's dope, man. Davidian in Buffalo. Bruv. Yo, freaking Border Wars is like, what? How many days away? Let me get that up. Oh, my goodness. I got so many flights
18?
coming up right now. 18? No, it's got to be less.
I think.
It's got to be at least 17, 16 now. I thought I got a message saying it was 18 a few days ago.
Oh, yeah, so did I. You're right.
Yeah, we had 6, 7. Oh, you right. 17. That was only a day ago. Sheesh. We got
fellas, before y'all go to the super chats and the phone lines, I gotta cut up out of here, man. I gotta at least, make it look good for a little bit. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to Mario Munguia, man. We gotta talk, Mario. We gotta get back on our horse, baby. Good to see you, man. Don't forget to check me out. King Amin of Essex1 on Instagram. King Amin of Essex1 on YouTube for them championship rounds. And here, the incubator of all that is boxing. Fuck what you heard. TBV, the Boxing Voice Podcast. This is where we do it at. Come get you some, suckers.
Shout out to Amin. Yeah, so we're going to keep it moving. We got a few more super chats. Davidian says, hey, happy Thanksgiving to everyone, a part of the Boxing Voice family. May God continue to bless everyone's family. There's so much to be thankful for. Black heart emoji. You're right about that. I'm definitely thankful. I am blessed, and I'm very happy. Even though I woke up, it was 45 degrees out here, man. 45
in Florida?
In Florida, 45. It's
Damn.
It's already warmed up, though. That's what I'm saying. Florida gives you winter, summer, fall, all that at this time of the year. Right now, it's already 70, see? So we good. But when I got up and walked the dogs, 45. 45.
But that's not really like okay. That's not cold for you though, right? Like
It's
you
hoodie
you ain't
weather.
all bundled up.
It's hoodie weather. That's why I got the hoodie on. And at night, like yesterday, I went to get sushi. It was like 60 even.
Oh, okay. See, but that's the thing is when you from like climate like Texas and Florida, like I remember being in college and like, you know, the athletes from like Kansas or like wherever it would be cold, right? And they would be you know, they got scholarships to play basketball or whatever, and they would all like be in shorts and shit. All the Texans are all bundled up. We got our winter coats and this shit's like 52 out there. You know what I mean?
That's what me and my wife was laughing at. It's like, you know, when you're from Florida, not us. Like people from out here, they can't wait for this weather to throw on their like I literally seen two couple with gloves on and coats. No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Last night
I don't even own gloves.
Last night it was dark. I don't know what time. I don't know what I was like. I said maybe it was coming back from getting a sushi or whatever I went out to get, and it was already 60. And obviously your car has the thermometer now. Everything is so easy. And I'm like, yo, it's 60. And I seen a couple. I'm like, what the fuck they doing with gloves on?
But see, y'all are smart though. Y'all know how to handle the cold. Like I remember going to Jersey, right, for Border Wars in Pittsburgh. And Doomy and Barbie, they took us, you know, around the city. We got to sightsee. I remember being so cold. Me and Ash were so cold. And Barbie and Doomy, like, I didn't realize it till later. They were, like, huddled up. Like, they knew how to handle the cold, right? And I'm like, damn, they are not tripping about this at all. The wind was killing me, bro. Killing me. I just couldn't wait to get back in the car.
I hate the cold, bro. I hate the cold. I've literally gone like tuba sledding and left.
Oh, yeah. That's dope.
I've left. Like, bro, no one said it was this cold. Like, who's going to wait on this line in the whipping cold of the night?
Whipping. That's the word.
Out.
Whipping.
I'm out, man. See you later. Girl, mad as hell. Like, I don't care. This not for me. But we got D-Block Express. Imagine Crawford holding all four belts at 147 and 154 simultaneously. Don't laugh. It's possible. Canelo juicing puts him out of the pound-for-pound race. Stop your lying, man. Let me play a soundbite for you, brother. What is you talking about? Here's my soundbite.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
But him doing what you say will definitely top Canelo, because that would be 3 divisions you undispute. That's some unheard of shit. But you know, Canelo having some sort of discrepancy in his otherwise fucking mythical career, because no one else will do what he done. I just seen an interview of Floyd saying, "Yo, name another fighter that fought 16 champions. You can't. Name another fight that had in 2 fights made $650 million. You can't, but pretty soon you will. Pretty soon you will. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could find how many world champions Canelo's fought right now, and he's maybe 1 or 2 away. Richard D is up next. Damn, how your name is Dick, and then it's also D. No, you don't get it? Richard?
Yeah, he got D.
That was corny. Yo, speaking of corny, Shawn Porter even had a comedian on his podcast yesterday. That was funny. I know that I'd seen him in a few movies. Richard D says, I love how nobody talks about how Bo Mac didn't want to let Earl in the ring. Bo said, hell nah, I'm not. What he said? Hell not. I'm not letting him in the ring, but no one talks about that. I didn't even hear that. Did you hear that? I didn't.
Did not.
And you see, people say my reading is bad. It's this spelling. My man said hell not, or whatever. You see it. I'm screen sharing it. Fuck me up. I'm reading what you wrote. But yeah, I didn't see that, bro. Is there a quote out there? Can you send it to me, community? Is there a video, an audio, something? We got Guy Yofino who says, shout out TBV, good morning emoji, fire show for my cold Texas morning. Cold emoji, fire emoji. Damn, he must be in Plainview and over there with Supermax and them. Or is it cold where you're at too?
No, not really.
Yeah.
It was like 55 for a couple days, but now it's like 74.
Sway in Brooklyn. Spence Bud is a 50-50 fight, but 60-40 purse for the big fish. You guys still doing that? See, this fight for Terence was like the Wilder Fury fight. It's over. Like, there was a three-headed monster, let's say, right? And now you can't say, oh, he don't do numbers. Who are you? It like, once they fought each other, they created an equal or a worthy opponent or challenger or champion to go into the big fight. So I don't think it's about, I think, yeah, it's 50-50 in terms of the fight, which I don't even know because, you know, we got to see what's up with Earl. But it's 50-50 in the purse, bro. Let's not get back into that weirdness about, you know, splits and, you know, this guy deserves that.
Agreed.
At this point, you know, they are the two best. But, you know, look, you know, Earl, he did say February, March, something big. So let's see if it's the Ugas fight. Let's see if Stenonius took step-aside money. We got the best dad ever that says Crawford gets his biggest win, and people talking about Earl leaving early. Laughing out loud emoji. That's really gets under your skin, huh? Laughing out loud, laughing out loud. Guess the job is complete after all. See, some people think it was cool. When as a boxing fan, we should want what Mosley and Mayweather gave us and what Fury and Wilder gave us. They gave us that in 2016, and look, they eventually gave us 3 fights. Not that everybody wanted all 3. I know, I'll say it before you, even though I don't mind any of the 3. They were all very great fights. Great fights to me. And it all started from getting in the fucking ring. Just like Mosley, he got his opportunity because Floyd felt, he said it on the like, yo, don't disrespect me, you know what I'm saying? And he wanted his shot though. And Laura got his shot for getting in the ring and going to the press conference like, let's not stop tradition now. You know, trying to make it cool to stop tradition because it's your favorite fighter that didn't get in the fucking ring. Like,
word.
Chill.
Great,
Corny,
well said.
Corny. We going out to the callers. Let me open this thing up. And yeah, let's do it.
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
Don't forget to drop that 5-star review. It's very, very important. Let me know when you do, and I will be on the hunt for it so that we can read it live. We'll get Mario, the English lit major, to do all the reading and pronunciation properly.
Subscribe to youtube.com/theboxingvoice for the latest and greatest interviews with your favorite fighters.
Listen, can we get some subscribers here? I'm still trying to get to that 130,500. Now would be a perfect time to subscribe. If you haven't already done so, hit that notification bell. You get notified every time we go live because we're going to go live again today. We got Border Wars a little later, so make sure you do that.
These calls are brought to you by Big Rigs Trucking Agency, experts for all your insurance and trucking needs. For quotes and consultations, visit us at brtagency.com or contact us at 908-943-6918.
Mario, maybe you should take this opportunity to let them know where they can find your podcasts.
Yeah, man. We are going live. Actually, just started my own business, and it's been kind of keeping me on my toes. But yeah, it's Infighting Podcast. The channel is technically up, but we haven't gone live yet or anything. And I'm actually going to be on the roundtable tonight with the Hispanics Causing Panic, G-Funk, D-Style, all of them tonight. As well as, nope, that's it. But yeah, follow me at Mario Muguio on Twitter and on Instagram. And anybody in the Texas area next weekend in Austin, I will be doing a little bit of comedy too.
What?
So hit me up. Yeah, hit me up on IG.
Yo, are you gonna?
And I will send you some.
Are you gonna record it?
Oh yeah. I got my
and
cousin and my brother.
Is it in like a bar?
Yeah, it's at this Actually, I think it's like a pizzeria. It's like a pizza restaurant that's also kind of like a bar, but
nice square footage.
damn, what the fuck? It looks small as hell to me,
Send
but
me
I
their
like that. I didn't
Instagrams.
really want a lot of people.
Send me their
Not yet.
Instagram, yo. Send me their Instagram.
I got you.
Let me
And
check
don't
it
forget,
out.
I will be at Border Wars commentating December 11th. Be there or be square. Catch it. It's going to be so much fun. And I am going to make sure that these guys have the proper introductions, proper everything. You know, we're going to get all the info and, you know, do that top job like we do. But yeah, man, I hope everybody catches it. And yeah, I'll just be putting stuff on my Instagram and on my Twitter. So go check that out. Follow me on there and everything will be, yeah. But Austin, yeah. Also, I'll be doing it in Corpus, but I know a lot of people don't come that far down south. But, you know, it's a thing I've been wanting to do for a while. Actually did it right before I came back to TBV. Man, it's been almost 3 years now. And then I stopped because of COVID, obviously. No bars, no way to practice the craft. But yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm excited to try it, see what comes of it. No expectations, but yeah, man, I need to start catching more of the Patreon show Untitled, because I feel like some of the best material that I've gotten over the years have been on Untitled. If you haven't count Untitled, like, it's the best show for, you know, like that. I don't want to say like Joe Rogan, but it's like that, you know, everything. It's everything.
Let me
all
interrupt.
encompassing.
Let me interrupt. We
Go
got Bozy Ennis, the father trainer of Jerron Ennis, on the line. Mr. Ennis, how are you?
I'm fine, and you, my brother?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, obviously, for giving us the time to get on the show here and interview you for a bit. Obviously, we're going to jump right into it. The most important thing for us is, did you watch Terence Crawford and Shawn Porter fight Saturday night?
You know you don't need to ask me that. You know, I watched it.
And what did you think?
I watched it. Well, I'm not going to lie. I had Porter winning.
At the time of the stoppage.
At the time. No, that's when Terence was coming on. Then he started coming on. You know what I mean? But I'm saying the earlier rounds, I had Shawn winning. I had Shawn winning. Yeah, had he won it. You know what I mean? One for them two. I think one for them knockdowns and his father started the fight. It would have been a difficult fight. I don't think it was going to be easy, because I ain't never seen Terence fight like that, get roughed up like that. You know what I mean? And he was getting hit with some shots. You know what I mean? Some good shots, but you know, he didn't sit down on his shots though. Shawn, he wasn't sitting down. He was moving, doing a lot of movement. You know what I mean? But it was a good fight. You know what I mean? It was just a matter of time before Crawford caught him though, because you know Crawford is a good finisher too though. See, that's another thing. You know?
Absolutely.
So it was a good fight. Yeah.
And what did you think of the stoppage? Obviously, as a father and a trainer, I think your opinion on this matter is valid, and I would like to know what you thought.
My thoughts on that, I didn't think that he should have stopped the fight. The reason why I said that, because Shawn Porter, when he was on the canvas and he started hitting the canvas, that means he wasn't hurt. That means he was pissed off because he got knocked down again. You know what I mean? And you see when he got up, he wasn't wobbly or nothing. You know what I mean? So I don't know why his father did that. You know what I mean? And then again, like I said, everybody was saying that Terence Crawford is a good finisher, but you don't know what can happen in boxing. Anything can happen in boxing. You know what I mean? I know he wasn't going to let him take no terrible beating. He would have stopped. Now, if he had stopped it then, that would have been something different. If he was taking a bad beat. You know what I mean?
Did you hear?
I didn't think he should have stopped it.
I'm sorry. I was just going to ask, did you hear any of Ken Porter's post-fights?
Yeah. I didn't like that. No, I didn't like that, because if your son wasn't listening to you in training and wasn't doing what you want him to do, well, why would you allow him to fight? You know what I mean? I wouldn't allow him to fight, so don't use that for an excuse. And then you're taking away from Terence Crawford. Win. That's what you're doing. You know what I mean? And you don't down your son on national TV with the whole world sees it. You don't do that, man. You know what I mean? You know.
Now, Bozy, let me
He
throw
should have that discussion.
let me throw another
Yeah.
one at you. Do you think that he was, instead of downing his son, was he taking the blame for his son? Because many people feel it was inevitable that the stoppage would have came, that by throwing in the towel, he saved Shawn from being knocked out and puts the heat on him, like, oh, you threw in the towel prematurely.
Right. Well, I mean, if you look at it, it's still almost the same thing. When Shawn came back to the corner and he was pissed off when his father stopped it. So that's just like throwing a towel in, if you look at it.
Well, before I pass you to my co-host Mario Munguia of the Infighting Podcast, I do want to ask you, if it were Jaron Ennis on that very night, on that Saturday that just passed us a few hours ago, what would have happened, and what did you see that he would have been able to capitalize on?
Well, I noticed this on Crawford. Crawford don't like that pressure like that. You know what I mean? He don't like that pressure. And like I said, Crawford's a good fighter and everything, but Boots is much more athletic. And Boots switches much better than he do. And if you notice, when he switches on his southpaw side, that's his strongest side. When you're on the right hand, he's not that strong on the right hand side. Boots strong on both sides. And a lot of times you don't know when Boots switch. You know, everybody said, well, you know, I didn't even know when he switched like that. And he's still powerful. You know what the commentator said? What fighter do you know is powerful on both sides? You know what I mean? Strong on both sides. You know? So I've seen a lot of openings on Terence. Terence do get hit a lot. You know what I mean? And then Terence normally starts slow, just like he started when he fight. I mean, see, there's a lot of things, you know. But, I mean, that'd be a good fight with him and Boots, so I like to see that. Because, they, you know what I mean, almost similar.
All right, I know I said that was my last one before I pass you to Mario, but I didn't want to forget and he not ask you, do you feel the fight happens before Terence retires? Yesterday he did an interview with Shawn Porter on the Porter Way podcast, and he was talking about Shawn retiring, and he said, I'm not too far behind you. You know, I do got some business. He said, I do got business to settle, but I'm going to retire soon too. So, like, do you think Boots is going to be on that short list?
I see. What I see is this. A lot of them guys, just like Terence and Spence, they're going to fight the fights that they want to fight, and then Spence said he was going to move up. And Terence, I don't know what Terence, just you said Terence said he want to retire, but I don't think so. I think they're just going to move up, or Terence might move back down. I don't know. You know what I mean? I couldn't really say, though, but ain't nobody really saying they going to fight Boots. You know, you heard Boots sound all of them in the ring. He wanted all of them, all the top guys. Thurman, all of them. So, you know, and like I tell everybody, you know, they not scared of Boots. I mean, it's business, man. That's what I try to tell people. You know what I mean? You know, with the way they move it, they move the right way. And they want to get the most money they can, get out the fight. You know what I mean? So, you know, hey, whatever they do, if they want to fight, we're going to fight. If they don't fight, they got to, like, shit and get off the pot, man. You can shit, get off the pot. You got to do one or the other, man. You know what I mean? Because we come in, we don't care who we fight. You know what I mean? And you heard what Virgil Ortiz said. It don't make no sense fighting Boots right now. But one time, what's his name? Robert Garcia was saying that what Virgil Ortiz would do to Boots. He said, well, he's a good fighter, but he'll stop Boots. You know what I mean? Then he changed his tune after Boots knocked out Lemonette. You know what I mean? And then when Boots just knocked out you know what I mean? They all changed their tune now. Because every time Boots fight, it's supposed to be a step-up fight. And then when he do win, he got to fight somebody that can fight. Man, these guys been in there with champions. And one guy was a champion. So what do you mean? You know what I mean? And Delorme, he just fought at the Boy Cognones, and that was a close fight. You know what I mean? So what are y'all saying? You know what I mean?
Good point.
You know, yeah, that's what I try to tell him, man. I said, listen, and when you remember Delorme, was beating Crawford till Crawford caught him. Go back and look at that fight. You know what I mean? He was beating Crawford.
Yes, sir. Coach, I want to go back real quick to your scorecard because I also had Porter up around before the end of the fight. Based off of what you saw, what is the toughest fight that you envision for Bud? Realistic, not including Spence and not including Boots.
For Bud, I think Virgil Ortiz. I think Virgil Ortiz is pretty tough, man. Virgil Ortiz and who else? Maybe the boy. Let me see. Them the top young boy. Oh, what's the boy name? He don't fight that much. Rashidi Ellis. I think them two right there. Yeah, them two right there. I think that's a tough fight.
For Crawford?
You know what I mean? Yeah, I do.
Rashidi Ellis that hasn't fought in a year is a tough fight, or you saying in theory when he gets a tune-up, or you saying like right now because you know he been...
Oh, I ain't talking about that right now. No, I ain't talking about right now. No. I'm talking about if he stay busy, he's busy enough. Because, see, if you understand, a lot of guys that box and move get them problems. You know, a moving target is hard to hit. If you box and move and do your leg, a lot of these guys get frustrated. They used to have boxing guys right in front of them, though. Don't move that much. But Rashidi Ellis moved pretty good, man. So it's good. But that's what I mean by it's going to be difficult. Mm-hmm. You know? Yeah.
Definitely. Now, I want to ask. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I say he's good. He's a good little fighter. You know what I mean? You know.
Well, let me double down on that, Mario, because you know Rashidi Ellis is going to be free agent this year coming up. Bozy, is that someone you would like for Ennis?
Right now, no. We want the top dogs. We don't want to go backwards. Why would we go backwards? We ranked up there number 3. We right there. We ranked past them. Sure. So why would we go backwards? You understand? Yeah. Why would we go backwards? We on the threshold of getting to that title.
You know, Coach, a lot has been made about Boots' situation promotionally, and they've been correlating that with Crawford promotionally. What's your take on all that as far as how you secure the fights and being in the position that you're in? I mean, there are pros and cons, right?
Right. Yeah, but I already got I got information from the top man that Boots is fighting for a title next year.
And by the way, the only
Yeah,
top man I know is good old Al. Or you talking about top man Cameron?
Al, there's another top man that runs Showtime.
Okay. That sounds good.
Yeah, so him and Al's together.
That's a top man for sure.
Remember him and Al's together.
I hear you.
Him and Al's together. So, all right. So, you know what I mean? So, that's what, we was trying to get that guy that just fought Jamal James.
Boutayev.
We tried to get him because they asked him after he beat James, what about you fighting Ennis? And he says, nah. He said, no, we don't want to fight Ennis. I want to fight Ugas. You know what I mean? Then they asked my son Boots, who you fight? He said, I fight any of them. I don't care who it is, as long as I'm fighting for a title. You know what I mean? So, but that's the way that's the way they're going. And like I said, I understand a lot of them guys, man. You know what I mean? They trying to get the big money real quick. And I tell people, Boots still young, man. I ain't worrying about nothing. We gonna get to the water. We gonna get to it. You know what I mean? Like I said, we got information next year. It might be you know what I mean, and might be in the summertime. But I know we're gonna get a fight before that. You know what I mean?
By before you mean when? Like what? January?
We trying to not cutting you off though, but we're trying to get the number 1 guy for the IBF for the interim title.
Quadratrulo.
We trying to get that guy. Yeah, whatever his name is.
Thank you.
The IBF title. Yeah, we've been trying to get him. You know what I mean? and we trying to get that boy Avanasian, whatever the boy name.
Yeah.
He's a good fighter too. He beat Kevin. What's his name?
But he got ordered to be an eliminator, Coach. He's ordered to be an eliminator with Virgil.
Virgil Ortiz, but I don't know if that's going to take effect though. You know what I mean? Everybody always saying they can ready to fight this guy, but you see how the politics play the game, man. Mm-hmm. The number one guy's supposed to fight. Might be the number one guy supposed to fight for the title, and then they bypass the number one guy. You know what I mean? The mandatories. So like I'm saying, it's all politics, man. You know what I mean? Whoever they want to fight, that's who they fight. It ain't like it used to be. You have to fight. You know what I mean? But, people got money behind certain people. You know what I mean? I guess they can pay their way. You know what I mean?
Truth. Facts.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. I done seen all type of stuff in this game for a long time, man.
You have. Coach, I want to ask you your opinion. I know that Keith Thurman, made some pretty controversial comments about y'all a while back, but we've been talking about him today, because his only loss is Pacquiao, but people seem to leave him out of the conversation, when they talk about the future and even the present. Do you feel like Thurman is still the threat that we all once thought of him as? Do you see him as washed goods? Like, what is your opinion on Thurman?
I think Thurman is still a good fighter, man. They can talk all they want to, you know what I mean? But Thurman's just been out so long, you know what I mean? And Thurman's another one that's trying to pick who he want to fight now, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Anytime he didn't know nothing about Jerron Boots Ennis. I said now to myself when they interviewed me, I said now, how he don't know nothing about Jerron Boots Ennis when Spence know about him, Crawford know about him, all the top guys know about him except you. You know what I mean? And I know you watch Showtime because you're on Showtime all the time, and you fight on Showtime. And that's why a lot of people got mad at him when he said that. Even the dude for 9 and all them guys, they said, I love Thurman, man. But when he said that, he didn't know Jerron Ennis. He just turned my head, man. You know what I mean?
That was cap.
Coach,
that was all cap. That was all cap.
He said that to me. That was my interview. I went to see him in the gym when he said that.
Yeah. So I said, this is what I said. You don't want to know him. That's what it is. You know what I mean? You told me you don't know Jerron. I never heard of him. That's just like what he did with Spence back there, remember?
Mm-hmm.
He did that with Spence. When Spence wanted to fight him. Oh, he hasn't done nothing. What did he do? And you know what I mean? See, they all do that, man. They all do that. When they don't want to fight you, they'll find some kind of way to get out. You know?
Very right. No, go ahead, Ness.
Well, Coach, man, I do want to ask, based off that Crawford performance, how good do you think he is?
Hey, listen. One thing I like about Crawford, and him and Boots is almost similar. Crawford would fight you. People understand. Crawford is one of what they call it a dog. But I think, man, he could be. He's gonna fight you. He gonna try to find any way to win. He'll box you and he'll fight you, and that's what Boots do. I tell Boots when to walk somebody down. You know what I mean? Boots like to fight. You know what I mean? Boots can outbox so many people. You know what I mean? But he get bored. It's so easy to him, and he get bored. A lot of fighters get bored. People understand that. They get bored. They want to fight. You know what I mean? And I think Crawford, like I said, Crawford is one of the best fighters out there, and Spence too. They some good fighters, man. You know what I mean? You know, and that's what I said about him. He'll go all the way out. Crawford will go all the way out. You want to kill Crawford in that ring.
Well, Coach, I wanted to ask that because I've been kind of floating this idea. You're a trainer. You could tell me how crazy you think I am. I feel like Triple G's 39 years old. He about to fight December 29th versus the Japanese super middleweight WBA champion. Okay, so you know him. So I just think maybe Crawford could pick him off right now. I always felt Floyd could beat Gennady. And after this fight with Murata, if he wins, I think Crawford could beat him.
Right.
What about you? Is that too much to try?
You think Crawford can be who? Gennady?
Yeah.
Gennady?
Yeah.
Oh, what he? I don't. Would he moving up in weight or something to fight or something?
I mean, if he were to just move up, that just the way that Kell Brook moved up to fight Gennady, and he landed some shots, and he ain't nowhere near as good as Crawford. I'm just saying, I think he could pick him off.
Yeah, I got you. He could have if you get the right information from the corner, which they know what they're talking about. If I had Crawford fight Gennady, I had him boxing and moving. Don't try to bang with him because take one shot from that kid. You know what I mean? Yeah, he got a hell of a chance. I agree with you on that. He got a hell of a chance to beat Gennady. Yeah.
So last question, Coach. I mean, if politics aside, not even politics aside, what's the most realistic thing for your son next and when?
Well, the realistic thing is fighting for the title this year coming up, and we trying to get the fights in Philly. We trying to get it in Philly. You know what I mean?
The one with Butayev.
And okay, no, I don't know. Butayev, he said he ain't fighting Boot. So, but if he do, yeah, that's what we want him or Ugas. We wanted Ugas too. We said Ugas. We want them guys. Them the guys we want. You know what I mean?
So, but you want Ugas?
Guys,
but you want Ugas in Philly?
Oh no, not in Philly. I want the boy Butte. If we get him, oh yeah, that'd be good for the Philly.
Okay.
Ugas being a bigger place.
And who would
get a bigger place for that?
Who would be the guy? Because I know you said you wanted to fight for the IBO champion and the WBA champion. So who would be the person you fight for the IBO?
That's the boy. I told you, the number one boy. I can't call his name. His number one boy. Matter of fact, Cameron Duncan used to have him. I forgot the boy name. He's from Kazakhstan. He's from Kazakhstan.
I'm gonna have to look that one up.
Remember he beat he beat the boy from New York, my man, from the old guy from New York.
Oh, no, but you confusing the IBO with the IBF. You talking about Quadratulo Abdurakhorov, who beat Luis Collazo.
Oh, yeah, I'm not talking about the IBO. I thought you talking about the IBF.
Wait, so you saying this year, 2022, is either the WBA regular with Butayev or an eliminator with Quadratulo?
Oh, yep. We got to get that eliminated because we've been talking to people. You know what I mean? So we on that. That's what we on. The eliminator. And then whoever, they're going to have to fight it sooner or later. You know what I mean? Once we get that number one spot. You know what I mean? So like I said, we got to just keep climbing the ladder. You know what I mean? Next year, you will see Boost be fighting for a title.
All right. Well, Coach, I ain't going to hold you. I know you're on your way to the gym. Mario, you got anything last minute?
I just wanted to get your opinion on Conor Benn real quick, Coach. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just pulled up to the gym. You right on time.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
well, you just real quick, you want to tell us what thoughts on Conor Benn real quick before we let you go?
I think he's an all right fighter, though. You know what I mean? I think he's an all right fighter.
Do you see a fight between him and your son one day? Is that something that you think those roads are lined up?
Listen. But not only him, all the guys. We once we get we don't care who we fight. You know what I mean? Once we get situated and get in the right position, and with the titles and all, man, we take all comers, man. We don't care who it is. You know what I mean? We ain't gonna turn down no fights. You know what I mean? But like right now, like I said, we want the top guys. Somebody that has something and means something. You know.
Makes sense.
Yeah. We don't care who it is. I like Conor Benn, but Conor Benn can't do nothing with my son. Them dudes, man, they'll see. When Boots fights somebody that's top tier, you'll see a different type of fighting. All kinds of stuff come. He didn't get a chance to go past them rounds yet. And everybody supposed to, this guy's gonna take him past this. Just like Delorme. We got Livinet. Once he take his in deep waters, and then both of them said about deep waters about my son. Both of them said that. Look what happened. They didn't even make it to the water. You know what I'm saying? So
good point.
You know what I mean? Neither one of them. But you heard what Lemonette said when he put up on tweet. He said, "Man, at least I made it. At least I made it out the first round." He said, "I did it off the army." He tweeted that to him. You know what I mean? He liked Boots too. He said, "Man, he talked good about Boots too."
Yeah, I seen
You know
Boots
what I mean?
retweeted something about him too. Cause I think Lipinette's going back down to 140, right?
Yeah. But listen, you see, Delamy was trying to
contest it,
overturn the that match with him and Boots. Yeah, try to overturn it. How you going to overturn it? And the punch that knocked you out, knocked you down was a right hook and a straight left. And you gonna tell me you got hit behind the ear? And Espinosa and all of them looked at the tape over. He said, "Man, that wasn't behind the head. That was on the ear and in his chin. I mean, not his chin. His back of his back right there by the ear, right there, his jaw." He said, "Man, I watched it over." He said, "Man, ain't nobody gonna overturn that." You know what I mean? I said, "Yeah, but he probably went home and had somebody punch him in the back of the head and made a bruise on the back of the head or something." Yeah.
Well, Coach,
that's why you don't hear nothing about it no more.
I hope so, man. But thank you for your time. I know you at the gym. We appreciate you, man.
Yes,
and can't wait for the big news.
Okay, thanks. I'll let you know. I'll keep you informed. You know, I got you.
All right. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, y'all take it easy. Have a good day.
You too. We're going out to Mark. Let me see. Boomerangs bringing all that greatness and the greatness. Who's on the greatness? Stone Bone, Boomerang. What up?
Yo, I'm in the grocery store, Ness, man.
You want me to come back to you?
Hey. Yeah, slide back on me.
All right. J-Mac, Boomerang. Not available. Okay.
Yo,
okay.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. You don't want your intro?
So you hating?
I'm that guy. What you want to bet on? Bet 100,000 on that. Let's bet $1 million. You getting that money, right? Easy. Let's bet $1 million easy. And I for the bread. When I him, y'all gonna say he was too weak. On my life.
Okay, bow down, bitches. I'm about to handle business. I'ma teach you all a lesson. This'll only take a minute. Got a part in all this passion in my blood. Niggas hating just because. Think about it. Everybody love Bud. J-Mac, where you at? All these niggas hating on me. Shit is whack. So efficient with it. Don't check the stats. Hey, I'm out here trying to get it. Next, I only got a minute.
Yo, I be working, man. I don't just drive and sit on my ass. I actually gotta move that shit off that pallet too. Shout out to Myra. What's up, Myra? How you been?
I'm good, man. It's good to hear from you, Jay. Yo, listen, truck drive, bro. Y'all are like the heroes right now of this country. So, man, I was thinking about you and everybody else the other day. I watched this documentary on, all the stuff backed up. And, yeah, man, I'm glad I got to talk to you because definitely wanted to, relay that.
I appreciate it. Hey, man, I like Bozy, man. Bozy gonna be a great promotion addition for Boots. I love his confidence. That shit was hilarious. He said, "Hey, make it to the water." Like, that shit is funny. But I can't wait till Boots get his chance to show his greatness. I'm definitely waiting to see what happens when he is challenged because I keep in comparison, but I haven't seen comparison yet, and that's my only difference between Bud and Boots. Bud has showed that he can make great decisions, make adjustments. I haven't seen Boots in the ring with the competition that show off him, see him fight on that level. I'm definitely looking forward to him coming up. I missed his next opponents. Of course, I agree with that lineup. Easy, that's all day.
Yo, I got a poll. We're late with the poll today, but it's all right. Should Crawford versus Spence, Ugas, Thurman, Ortiz, Ennis happen next? I didn't write that, but you get it. And then I put answers. Just Spence, Ugas, Thurman. Spence, Ugas, Thurman, Ortiz, Ennis. Fight all of Spence, Ugas, Thurman, Ortiz, Ennis plus Jermell. Just Spence, Ugas, Golovkin. So let's see what the people pick, man. Let's see what they want from Bud, let's see if you do Spence, Ugas, Thurman, Ortiz. So that's 2 years. So he really could do more. That's 2 years.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's 2.5 with Thurman. If you do Ortiz, Thurman, Ugas, Spence. It just, I mean, after hearing that interview, I don't know, the training camps, it just seems like he ain't excited for that. He's excited to show everybody that he's the best, but once he does that, I think he's done with training camps. But yes, this is our live poll. Please go ahead, give us your opinion on that and let us know. But I do like what that other guy said in the super chat. If you undispute 47 and 54, you definitely surpass everyone's legacy. You know, Floyd made it to 50-0 too, though, right? Not 40-0. That was wilder. But Floyd never undisputed, man. If you undispute 3 divisions, Lord of mercy.
Bro, that's like...
They got to say something great about you.
That's an accomplishment, for real.
Mm-hmm. So that was J-Mac Boomerang. Coach Myers, Boomerang.
Yo, can you hear me?
We do.
Hey, how's that weather treat you, man?
Oh, it's good. Now it is 72, sunny.
Good. It's about 30 here, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I know you don't miss this Thanksgiving. The cold Thanksgivings and Christmases, none of that. But far as Crawford's list, I actually like keep Thurman first. I'm not even gonna count Ugas because I feel like Spence is gonna fight Ugas. So I'll put Spence second after Thurman, and then I would love for him to fight Charlo if he's still there at 54. So that will be my 3. I took out Ugas because I feel Spence is gonna fight him. But that's my call.
I like that Thurman fight too.
Damn, I had questions, but he answered them shits. But he didn't ask for any of the young guns. He said Thurman, Spence, Mel. Thurman, Spence, Mel. Which would be, very close to undisputed in 2 divisions. It all depends on Mel. Mel's we haven't reported that. Mel's rematch got ordered, right? Castano
fighting in Houston.
Tim Tszyu let the cat out the bag by saying that Castano was given, the opportunity to get the rematch versus having to do the mandatory. So
I think February in Houston, right?
Is it really?
That's what I think. I know it's in Houston for sure, but February I'm not sure 100%.
In Houston for sure? I didn't know that. Shout out to him. That's dope.
That's what I've heard reported. So.
Yo, shout out to him. Oh, let me take this down because Bosey's gone. Shout out to him because, immediate rematch and in your hometown. That's dope. So, all right, we got Boomerang. Oh, Brandon is now been blessed with the knighthood via stainless. They made him a boomerang, man, around these parts.
Hey, whole nother time zone. Juke duffel bag with our mind on. Can't play when you here, get your life stole. If you bring it here, then the price grow. Folks jabbing and punching the line long. I drop a pigeon, let 9 go. We slap with the fake glass and white go. This only happens in Ohio.
What up?
Yo, Ness Mario, top of the morning.
What up?
Yeah, good to see you, Mario. Yeah, shout out to Stainless for that, man. And how fitting is it, Ness? You got the top 3 shooters to the Bud brothers, all boomerangs. So you got to get double up of me, J-Mac, and Stone Bone.
It's okay. I'm not against y'all anymore. Y'all, he won a real fight. You were proven right. That's the difference. See, people be wanting me to oh no, he's still a bum. He ain't fighting no dog. I'm wrong. Wilder lost. I'm wrong. Plant lost. All right.
I'm glad you saw the light, brother. But as far as that lineup, I want them all, baby. I want them all. Only issue is with that is, man, they running out of room at the retirement homes and the funeral parlors and the cemeteries for all these bodies and niggas retired. But
you run out right.
There'll be no room at the funeral parlor and the
retirement home. So yeah, man. Yeah, if he can fight them all, I'm good with that. But let's get some of this Fulton and Figueroa popping, man. That's a big fight. We need to talk about that. That's my call.
Word. You were right.
Can you come back on and tell me who you picking? Because I'm thinking Figueroa, and I'm hoping Figueroa for betting purposes.
Got Fulton by split decision, and this was my candidate for Fight of the Year. Split decision. Either way, I'm so torn on this because I love both these young cats, man. But I got Fulton by split decision. And I think there will be a rematch on this. I think this is that competitive. I'm seeing Meldrick Taylor Chavez Jr., man. This blend of styles together, it's gonna be some good shit. So yeah, I got split decision Fulton. That's my call.
Mr. PBC also Boomerang. Man, shout out to the back call. Damn, Keem, you said it years ago. Backbone of the show. Mr. PBC. Oh, that's right. He got one of those. I'm starving right now.
Mr.
For real.
PBC, baby.
BoxingWords.com. I'm the flyest. Canelo talking about he believe he can win. Go to my kitchen. Get the sharpest knife and cut the bullshit up. I don't care what you do good. I do every fucking thing great.
Mr. PBC, baby.
Yo, what it do? Hey, Ness, you got that soundbite for best part of waking up?
Nah, that's Doomy, yo.
Okay. Well, the best part of waking up,
exclusive.
best part of waking up is definitely PBC in my cup with a little dash of TBV. I like your narrative that you push for the zone. I think if you want to watch something on the app, check out Netflix, Cowboy Bebop, or The Harder They Fall. But I think I want to see Terence
Speaking
Crawford
of
get paid.
Netflix, they just put out a new movie, bro. I told
Which
my
one?
girl don't even watch
With The Rock?
it. Nah, Kevin Hart and let me see.
Just make sure you pause my time when you do this talking on my call.
Nah, you started it. Oh, is that Wesley Snipes? Yup, Kevin
Nah,
Hart.
but anyways, let me
Wesley
finish my call. I
Snipes.
got for Boots Ennis, I want Blair Cobbs or Speedy Rashidi. I got Fulton by decision and Figueroa. I'm gonna pick a couple rounds. Always hedging. Shout out to Stonebone, $35, man. Me, 660. But yeah, definitely Bud to PBC is the best route. I want him to get paid. Plus, he doesn't have to worry about saying he's not good at selling a fight because the promoter will do his job, not the promoter saying that Bud won't do his job. And Keith Thurman, I would like to see him face Abel Ramos or Boots. That's my call.
Bro, I've been seeing everybody saying that Cowboy Bebop sucks. And now I'm going to watch it because you said it's good. But I've been very nervous that they fucked it up. But I'm going to watch it. Hellbound's really good if you haven't seen it yet.
You talking about Cowboy Bebop?
Yeah, everybody's saying it's terrible. Is that
it's
true?
hella good, bro. It's hella good.
It's good.
It's
Hell
just
yeah,
like
I can't
the
wait to
anime
watch
show
it.
back
I'm
in the
so
day.
glad you said that because I felt like I was gonna
I
go
said it
into
because
it with the
Ness wants these apps and stuff, and I said if you want to watch an app, check out Netflix.
Yeah.
You'll
No, I
probably
got
get
you.
more
But
bang for your
I've been
buck.
excited to see Cowboy Bebop, but then everybody's bullshit on Twitter is like, oh, man, they ruin it for you.
I got Boomerang, my Jimbe. What up?
Yo, what up?
What up?
Mario, glad to see you back, brother. We need somebody
Thank you.
to balance out size whore Ness over here, only wanting to talk about the heavyweight bullshit cards. So I'm glad somebody gonna bring up that Ioka Ancajas war that's gonna happen on January 1st. Did you hear about that?
Hell yeah, and I love those cards that they do. They give you something to watch, man.
Yep, tremendous card too. Tremendous
You so mad you wasted your call and he likes the fucking card.
No, he likes the Ancajas Ioka card.
Nah,
that's the card we're talking about.
Nah,
not
he
your
said
bullshit.
Ortiz. He said Ortiz.
Luis Ortiz.
He said Ortiz versus Martin, right, Mario?
I like that fight too.
Told you.
Yeah, Mario, stop agreeing with everybody, bro. It's either one or the other. All right.
I just love boxing, but yeah, the Ioka, man, it's gonna be crazy.
Now, can I get my second call real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
I do like what you said about the zone, but I also would like to see Bud just do the free agent thing, like Canelo, and get to pick where he goes. I think he's deserved it. He did what
Yeah, but
everybody wanted him to do.
that is a free agency, bro. Like he'll go to the zone and do what he's gonna do over there, and he still is available to hear the offers from PBC. Because right now he don't got a PBC fighter. There's not one available.
No, yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Yeah, no, I mean the Eubank would be nice.
Wow,
And then
Eubank Crawford.
yeah,
Wow,
why not?
Look this guy. I said Gennady because he's old and slow. Like what the fuck?
He's still Gennady though, and he got
Bro,
a chance.
Eubank is fast and has power, bro. He slept yeared him. Canelo took like 3 rounds. He slept yeared him. Like slept like Pacquiao style.
I'm not. He's
Andre
also sloppy,
Durrell.
though, man.
Andre Durrell went life in hell with Yeardom. There's fucking levels to this shit. And we don't know where. And last time we seen Eubank fight, he was looking like Roy Jones landing a triple left hook. Yo, he might be
but
up.
he's sloppy sometimes, and I can see Crawford just, demolishing him.
Dangerous fight. Yo, I'm trying to get my man greatness and big paydays. You trying to put him in there with a young, what is Eubank, 31 years old? I bet you he's 31.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Bro, you're crazy.
No, listen, man. Listen.
Yo, the Bud Tenders, they coming for you. Bud Tenders coming for him. He trying to secretly get Bud killed, bro. Eubank ain't the greatest, but he's young, hungry, fast. He's fast.
I don't know about hungry. He should have had that Charlo fight if he was hungry.
Nah, he was over there. Something happened, bro. We all see that. He wanted it. He fought Korobov. He did better than Charlo did with Korobov, even though I think Korobov hurt himself or something. But, he was there. Something happened. We know something happened. Come on. One dude, listen, let's just be real. Go think interviews. One dude was saying, I want Charlo. The other dude was saying, who's Eubank?
I know, man, but we can't just,
Yeah.
We're playing guessing
Y'all
games
love
here.
defending. I ain't guessing. He said, who's Eubank? The dude fighting on the network that they setting up to fight you. That's who. How the fuck do we know they setting it up? But you don't know.
No,
we interviewed Ronnie too. Ronnie wasn't all, yeah, that's a big fight. He was like, who knows Eubank? That's what he said.
Yeah, no, you're right. But just want to give my thanks. It's Thanksgiving, so we got to give thanks for things that we appreciate, and I definitely appreciate the show and everything you guys do for us. Those 2-time, 3-time shows a day, bro, they get us all through the day. So thank you guys for doing what you do. Have a great evening, guys. Later.
For sure. We got LV Slugger, what up? Sorry for the dead air. Where the fuck did his intro go?
Only time y'all see me in Rays is when I turn into the Bronze Mama. I want a body, and he gonna be the body. The ambulance better be ready, the medical better be ready, the referee better be ready. They better have that towel to be able to throw it in.
SDS Promotions.
Was he right?
LV Slugger.
TBZ, what up?
Buenos afternoon.
What up?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, man. Nice little hit list, man. I don't mind the 3 names. I'm thinking that Ugas and Spence gonna probably be hard to make. I think they over there doing some business, man. I think that's gonna probably be the next fight, a unification, Spence Ugas. But Thurman talking about a tune-up. I wouldn't mind him just going ahead and get the tune-up because I know how the boxing shit works. If you gonna get on bend off a layoff like that. I'd rather him go and get that tune-up at. But, I mean, if you don't feel like sitting around waiting on him, waiting, I mean, not just waiting, but, just waiting on that fight like that. I mean, I feel like Mikey will be straight. About to be a Hall of Famer. He'll be a future Hall of Famer. Common opponent with Spence. And you know what I'm saying? We can let's see if he can get him up out of there. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that'll be straight. It help build up that Spence Crawford fight.
So I know I said Mikey sometime this week numerous times that I don't mind it off of laws, but this is what I'm saying. See, I'm doing what Brandon, the producer, calls orchestrated greatness. So are you being LV. You picking Mikey because he got a name and he's done everything that he done, but in actuality, coming off a loss. I'm picking Gennady because he got a name and he done everything he done, but in actuality, he old as fuck. And he 39 and he's old and he's, slow, and then he's 39, so he's slower. You know what I mean? So we're both orchestrating greatness, except I think you going for something that the world won't give as much credit as he'll get for Gennady is the best way to put it, because obviously one dude is coming off a loss, and that loss is to Sandor Martin. So it's like hard pill to swallow. Not that I don't like the fight, because the storyline, Mario, is obviously who done it better. He ducking me, so I'm fighting everybody he fought. He fought Porter, look what I done. He fought Mikey, this what I did. So there's a storyline. I'm not trying to get you to come back with a counterpunch. I'm just saying I'm giving both sides of the street. Like, there is better orchestrated greatness. Not to say that this one that you pick isn't the best path to make him lead to that Errol fight. Fighting a Gennady might take you out that Errol conversation, because now Errol moved up to 54 as well, and we lost the opportunity at Undisputed. So I get you clearly. Majid, Ohio, what up?
Yo, everybody need to like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members of Patreon for something. I swear I hope my service don't go out. I'm in the same spot from last time, but you know that I'm still on my bullshit. If all else fails or whatever, you're trying to get the bag or just make yourself look like King Kong. If these dudes at 147 don't work out, I don't know how weight go. If you could jump up to 160, then fight Charlo for the rest of the belts. But go into that Triple G smoke. Beat the dust out that old man. You know what I'm saying? We don't got that nigga like, what, 34, 35? So I'm just like, I think that if anything, Crawford need to just, I'm with that Triple G shit. I get cursed out 10 times for it. I don't care. I want that fight if we can't get none of the other ones. Lil Charlo, he on borrowed time. But, that's all I got, man. Everybody get the fucking likes up, man. I'm out.
All right. Marlon, so icy. So I said, all right, you just working, champ? N.O., New Orleans. And he's just working. Coach Rivera, we going out to Marcus in Maryland, D.C., right? Oops.
Damn, now she's want to be from Maryland. Bad as shit, though, huh?
I know, my bad.
Hey, look, man, you trust us so much. Let me hit it real quick, man. I told y'all years ago when we was joking about Keith Thurman had a Prius and a Cobra Mustang, and I said, man, that nigga, I said, I don't like my champion to have a Prius or a Mustang. That means he don't have that much aspirations. I said, then he just got married to this beautiful Nepalese chick. I said, he lost his fire. So when he mad, he on the outside looking in, it's because he don't want it no more, man. So even I gave a pathway with fight Avanesian or Rashidi Ellis. I tagged you on it so he can get a name before he get thrown into the fire. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Here's the part y'all keep talking about Bud with PBC. Bud is the type of dude, he felt like PBC isolated him for his money. He see them as the enemy. He going to get with somebody neutral so he can knock them out the way. He not going to sign with them. When you seen Earl lead the fight, if you watch how he cover his mouth, he said, bum ass. Earl was mad because it was like, damn, but y'all throwing the towel in. Y'all now putting Crawford on the same level to talk about me with him when he was expecting Crawford to be eliminated or have a bad showing, so they didn't have to fool with the conversations of people wanting him to fight him. Earl was mad. He was mad. He's like, damn, now I got to deal with this dude, right? So Bud ain't gonna give with PBC. He gonna give with somebody neutral so he can fuck over PBC. Bud is that type of dude. He an evil dude like that. He see them as dudes that kept him from eating. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna give with them. He gonna give with somebody neutral. He can get those fights. Keith, I don't know what Keith want to do, man. Keith, like I said, Keith is happy with his wife and happy for him, but I don't think the fight game for him no more. If he don't take these 2 fights, he gonna be out of it. You guys gonna fight Spence. They gonna get other dudes step aside money, and I think Bozy said it best. Why would Crawford be looking backwards towards people when he's trying to get the top guys? It makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? Even the trainer of the top welterweight prospect out here is saying the same thing. Why are these dudes looking back at prospects? They looking for champs.
I hear you, man. I still want that fight, man. I want that fight. That's a prime. He in his prime, and that's how it be sometimes. You know, you a 24-year-old champ, 26-year-old champ taking on a 36-year-old champ. You know, 34-year-old champ. That's how it happened. Herring Shakur, it just happened. You know what I'm saying? Don't run from it. Got to pass that torch, man. Dude's trying to not pass the torch. That's what Ward did. Like, oh, I got my win, I'm out. Motherfucker, wasn't an Adonis still out there? Like, I mean, there was people to fight out there, you know. Not the greatest names I know. I ain't on front. It ain't like anybody was beating the doors to see anything like Elderly Alvarez. Nothing but, you know, it would have been good to see Ward give guys like Marcus Brown a shot, you know. Better Be would have been asking for a shot at him. You know, Vozdek would have been asking for a shot at him. You know, Bivol. You know, again, and Ward would have got praise for his Euro tour. Meanwhile, the other way around don't work. LV Slugger, what up? Counterpunch.
Yeah, I don't mind. I feel like that Bud got he got a goal set, at 147. You want to understand. I don't like the jumping up, doing the Triple G or nothing right now. Only thing if he do jump up, they plan on doing the Jamel Castano rematch. So I mean that winner, if he jump up and do that, you know what I'm saying. If he want to just go ahead and try to do that, but other than that, I wouldn't want him to do the 160. I feel like his big money fight is the Spence fight. Hopefully Spence can get that Ugas, and you know what I'm saying. He can get a fight in, Bud get a fight. Like I said, winner 2022. You get the biggest thing in boxing. Spence, Bud. You know what I'm saying? Biggest fight, man. Undisputed, all the belts. So hopefully, the Jamel Castano winner, whoever come on top of that, be a big enough starter where they can get that fight. You know what I'm saying? 154 undisputed. We talking about history right there. So I mean, I think that's the goal right there.
Yo, it's gonna get crowded now that fight is official. Like, what does Jamel
What do you mean?
Bro, what does Jamel do? Does he stick around? Like, who's really ever? Josh is about to be the first dude to ever undispute and not ever.
And defend.
Not ever. I'm sure someone's done it, but there's only 5 other
No,
people.
I know what
right?
you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, but
most people, what you're saying is most people, when they get to that position, then they just move up.
Yeah, they vacate. They vacate one. Yeah. Something happens. A belt gets stripped. Not everybody gets to fucking defend all of the belts. And, it looks like Josh will be doing that versus Jack Catterall or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to see what Jamel does. Does he stick around to defend them after they?
That's a great point.
Like, does he stay there and say, "Yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna fight Lubin again next in a rematch as the undisputed champ because Lubin's the new mandatory"? And then does he fight this other dude that they're paying step aside money to? Obviously, if they're doing this, something that got negotiated, either step aside money or fight on the undercard with the IBF mandatory. So it's gonna be interesting to see, man. Talking about interesting. Shout out to Javier Caputillo, the trainer, who says, "Saludos, Monguilla and Ness. Keep up the good work." Shout out to you, clapping emoji.
Shout out to you, coach.
Jaime Nieto says, "I feel like Al trying to do the same Floyd did with Pac. Gonna keep waiting to hope he gets old because they know Bud is bad. Matchup for Earl. I'm gonna take a stab in the dark here. This is Rick in San Antonio.
Hey, what's up, fellas? I think Crawford only gets the Spence fight if he signs with a 2 or 3 fight contract with Al, man. If not, I don't know. I think the guy's going to stay frozen out. I don't know what else he can do unless, sanctioning bodies get involved, mandatory petition. I don't know. And even at 154, it's the same shit. I mean, that's a 50-50 fight even between Jamel and Castaño. But, I mean, again, he's still going up against the same shit. Even if he does go to 154. So we'll wait to see what happens with that. Spence walking out just tells me he's not interested, man. He should have tried to walk in the ring, give interviews, indicating that he wanted to fight, hype up a future potential match. I mean, on top of that, Crawford called Spence out. He even looked into the crowd, said, "Where's he at?" I thought he didn't come to my fights. That's not a good look. But in terms of Crawford's pay-per-view, I mean, he did slightly less than Tank. And I just think his pay-per-view's gone wild, man. Charles Farton versus Papa Luis Ortiz, bro. Come on. I know you like that fight, Ness, but nah, man.
You like that fight. Listen, I get what's happening.
Not on pay-per-view. Not on pay-per-view.
I get what's happening, Mario. The cool thing has always been the shit on Ness. So it's like, I like that fight. Like, yo, we get to take a shot at me. But, like, show me the last time. Oh, yeah, Wilder Fury. You know what I mean? That was the last time we had a great heavyweight fight like this. Not fight, excuse me. Card. I don't know. Do you know everybody on the card? Did you see that or you don't?
Yeah. No. Yeah, it's I mean, here's the thing. Look, I get why people don't want this on pay-per-view, and obviously I don't want to have to pay for fights. And if we're ranking fights, pay-per-view should be the most important fights, then yeah, this falls short in terms of that. But if you look at Jonathan Rice and Mike Polite Coffee, that's a good fight.
It is.
That's
especially
really
when no
fight.
one expected him to take that. As a prospect, you don't got to take that rematch. You could just keep it moving and rebuild. But he's going right into it.
Exactly. And for Frank Sanchez to come off of, what he's coming off of, and Carlos Negron, look, you can say whatever you want about Carlos Negron as far as being like a top challenge or whatever. I don't care what you want to say. That's fine. I get that. He has a few losses, but he's a guy who's been there. He's been in tough fights, and he's fun. He's fun. And Frank Sanchez, again, coming off of the
Jagba win.
Yes, bro. Look, they're giving you some bang for your buck. And again, I understand that this is not
value. It's value at $39.
Value. That's the word, value. And again, I don't want to pay for it, but Luis Ortiz and Charles Martin,
top 5 heavyweight fight. Top 10.
Exactly, top 10. If you're not talking about AJ, Fury, or Wilder, then who are you talking about when you're talking about the best in the heavyweight division? Who are you talking about? This is 2 of the best in the heavyweight division. That's just the truth. Whatever you want to say is fine. Yeah. They don't have the sexy names of a Wilder or an AJ or Fury. I get that. But ultimately, these are 2 guys that if they win, this has so much implication on it. What does the winner get? I think they get something pretty significant. Exactly. The next fight's big. They could get Ruiz. They could get Wilder. Who knows? Charles Martin seemed to be in the running for AJ at one point.
And for Sanchez, this is a showcase for Sanchez. Who's he fighting? Negron. So he's supposed to knock out Negron. I know Coach Rivera believes it could be a bad style match for Sanchez.
I think it could be too.
Because they're both Olympians, but he's supposed to continue the dominance. He beat Jagba. They want him to get a knockout. Negron been getting knocked out, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm wrong on that, you could correct me. But in the top 10, Lewis is number 7 still. And Martin is not, which is crazy because he and Hrgovic were supposed to be in an eliminator for the IBF. But Martin is the number 1 IBF heavyweight. So he's not in the ring top 10, but he's number 1 in the IBF. Lewis, on the other hand, is 7 in the ring, so he's universally considered a top 10 heavyweight. You know, so it's a decent fight, bro. People just like, you know, it's cool to hate, and this is why I say, see, I'm a PBC shell. No, let's keep talking. Should we talk once a week, once a month about PBC on Dazn? Because I'm not a shell. I just like good fights. I know you don't want to pay for it, and that's why I'm ignoring that it's for pay-per-view, because it's still good fights. If this were on Dazn, we'd be paying $8.83.
Dude, if this was on FS1, everybody would be so excited about this. Everybody would be talking about what a great matchup this is and the card. Like, everybody would love it. Yes, the pay-per-view, you know, dampens that, but let's just ignore that for a second. And I'm not saying to ignore that forever. I'm just saying ignore it for a second and look at the face of this card. Just at its face value, it's a good card. It's going to be fun.
I'm watching it. Then it's on New Year's Day.
Sure.
I'm an old head. Where I'm going, I'm not going to be in no club watching the ball. I'm going to be watching Lewis drop Martin. Bro, I hope he does, his old ass. You know? And all you Wilder fans better hope he do too. If Martin go out there and stone cold fucking Luis Ortiz, AJ fans going to be... Y'all don't understand how big... This 2 top heavyweight losers, right? Like AJ beat one,
that's a good
Wilder beat the other. This tells you, you know, whose opposition was tougher, in my opinion.
Well, it gives people that it gives people the ammunition, you know what I mean? And that's just, I mean, look, it's just a fun part of the game. I mean, yes, there are some psychopaths that take it way too far, but for the majority of us that, you know, love to discuss boxing, you know, there's only so much we can discuss because fights, you know, happen sporadically or whatever on the weekends. But this is the kind of stuff that this fight gives you. It gives you the, well, who is better? You know, who fought the better opposition? We can't ever say that. We always say, like, oh, if fighter A beat fighter B, then fighter C. But that's bullshit. Now these guys are fighting. So now we're getting answers. And so, you know, shit on it if you want. That's fine. But, you know, don't pretend like this is a bad card. You know, pay-per-view, whatever, fine. But at face value, dude, this is a card worth watching top to bottom, from beginning to end.
I'm doing a live fight chat.
I'm watching it.
I might buy some fancy smashy wine since it's New Year's and like that's tradition to drink wine when, you know, and do a live fight chat right here. Fuck that. LV Slugger, what up?
Fun as hell.
Counterpunch, LV.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the Boots tip, man. He definitely a young talent coming up, man. But can't nobody give me no time in history or no passing, no torch or nothing like that. Like, he gonna have the Mando. That's how he gonna get his position, get to where he can get a title shot. He don't have a huge following or nothing like that. Ain't nobody just giving him no title shot like that. He gonna have to get that Mando position. Virgil had his time to be a Mando. He declined. So, I mean, I don't feel like Bud have to just fight. He want the champions, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we can't get the Thurman, I wouldn't mind a Mikey. You know, a man that ain't never been stopped before. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he can do a one fight run off over there on the zone. You know, Eddie would love that fight over there on the zone. And you know what I'm saying? We can see if we can get him up out of there. You know, stop him. You know, he on this KO streak. That I feel like that'll be straight. But I would love the Thurman fight, unify as champion. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he probably would give Bud some problems in there early on, but I do think Bud would eventually. Yeah, that's all I really had. That's really all I had to say on that.
All right, champ. Appreciate you, man. I got CYP. Talk to me.
Yo, y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, listen to this, man. I'm getting tired of some of the narratives that people say because they sound good. Fighter A beat Fighter B, so I could beat Fighter C. Let me tell you something. That happens most of the time. Y'all only talk about it when it doesn't. Oh, you can't do that. No, most of the time, if I beat you and you beat him, I could beat him too. Most of the time, that happens. That's how the shit came up. But then when it doesn't happen, it's like, or like the loudest dude in the room is the weakest. No, most of the time, the dude who talks the most shit probably been in a fight. The dude who's quiet usually hasn't been in a fight. That's usually how it works. We always jump on the opposite because we're it's like there's two sides of people. The ones who like the loud and the people who don't like the loud. So when they don't like the loud win, they overblow the shit. Just like the loud people was doing. We all the same when you think about it. You want your loud ass to be the one, I want my quiet ass to be the one. All the same. But most of the time, if you check any boxing anywhere, If you beat him, I could beat you too. It usually happens just like that. CYP out.
Troy, Baltimore.
Bless up yourself, man. Let me get this in quick. I would love to see Crawford and Ennis right now. I'm going to equate it to Mike McCullum versus James Toney. The only difference is Crawford would be Mike McCullum, but his head would be straight when he came to the fight.
Let me ask you something, just so we can get some history.
You're killing my time, man.
No. I'm giving you time. Just so we can have some history and you teach us. Did McCullum and whoever you're saying, were they champions already? Because people seem to believe that Ennis won't. Yeah, well, that's the problem. They're saying, but that's the problem. People are saying Ennis won't get a shot at Crawford because he's not even a champion. He has to at least be the mandatory before he can get an actual shot. Like, no, do you know of a champion in history that gave a challenger a shot who wasn't the mandatory? Like a worthy challenger too, not just some Stevie Forbes. Like a dude that is a threat that gets a title shot because he's
Michael
a threat.
Nunn, James Toney. Michael Nunn, James Toney.
All right, give us the story, bro. Teach us.
Okay, well,
your time to shine.
He gave Tony his shot. He was actually schooling Tony, and Tony just kept pressing him to the body, and eventually he put him out with that.
Whoa! Don't give me the fight yet, bro. Bring me to the story. Why would James Toney get a shot? Why would whoever's the A side? Why did
he was on a win? He was on a win streak, and he earned it. He was on a win.
You got to be a storyteller.
James Toney. Okay, listen.
Yes.
James Toney was an up and coming fighter who had a female manager at the time, which was a first.
Now
right?
you're doing what we need you to do, baby. Let's go.
My man, I'm never gonna finish. But he was up and coming. He beat who we needed to beat, and he got to the champion.
But did he get there as a mandatory?
Michael Nunn didn't see him as a threat. Huh?
Was he the mandatory, or did he just get that shot?
Yes, he was. He was the man.
That's different.
He was the mandatory.
Yeah, that's different.
Michael Nunn didn't see him as a threat at all.
But that's what I'm saying, Troy.
Come on, man.
You're not listening, though. That's what I'm saying. Ennis isn't a mandatory. So we trying to ask you as a history buff. I'm trying to ask you. I'm going to give you your call. Don't worry about it. Don't get frustrated. Calm down. I'm just saying, as the dude that know, CYP help me, man. I'm going to bring you back, too, because this guy, he ain't doing a good job at it. You know what? I'm going to let CYP do it. Go ahead. I'm going to give you a call. Go ahead, Troy. I'm ringing the bell right now. Go ahead. You got it.
Okay. What I'm saying is Nunn got his shot against, James Toney got his shot against Michael Nunn. He knocked him out. He became the champion, and the rest is history. As far as Ennis and Crawford goes, I would love to see that fight right now because I believe Ennis would give him some issues, but in the long run, Crawford would school him. And I'm a little frustrated this morning for two reasons. Mario, no one gives a damn about Ortiz and Charles Martin. Whoever wins, that's not going to change anything in the heavyweight division. CYP, stop calling in when Lady Chan is on and begging for an apology. Men don't beg women for apologies, man. Cut it the hell out, man. Thank you. Y'all have a blessed Thanksgiving.
Well, CYP, I know you're gonna take shots at him, so before you do that, I would like you to see you and any other person that likes the history. Where's my man David Maldonado? You're not on the line? No, he's not. Supermax, you also there. My history buffs, man.
He's looking for a fight that happened where somebody gave somebody an opportunity that they didn't have to give them. Exactly. So the fight that Troy gave, the reason it doesn't work is because he was a mandatory.
I know who. Who? Joshua. Charles Martin gave Joshua a shot. He didn't have to. He didn't have to. He wasn't the IBF mandatory. It was that damn $8 million.
Yeah, there's that money, right?
So that works. But I was looking for history because that is more money than it is someone seeing the talent and being like, you know what, I want that kid. He's good.
Fuck that. I'm gonna beat that dude. Everybody thinks he's the best, and it doesn't. And there's no incentive for you other than proving how good you are? Like, because honestly, I've been trying this whole time ever since you kind of put Troy to or challenged him to it. I've been trying to think of somebody, and it's hard. It's hard.
That sucks. That sucks. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to get to 130,500. If you haven't already done so, subscribe to the YouTube channel. And don't forget to click the notification bell so you get notified every time we do go live. We do go live multiple times a day, and you don't want to miss it. As you hear these fine callers, we get you through your day. So far, we made it through lunch. And it looks like my good friend LV is back with another one. Or is that just an old one, LV? No, that's another one.
Ain't gonna on the history because he probably right on that, man. But like you said, he was the man though. But on the AJ, that's a horrible example, man. He had a huge fan. Look at what he was the A side basically. Like look at the fan base. He brought the money to the table. And
I know. I said that. I said that's the only example, even though it don't work because he was, it was the huge 8 million. I said it.
Okay, I ain't hear that. That's what I'm saying. Ennis don't have that back, and he don't have that following. Like you see how Ryan Garcia, they was able to. He was getting, them big fights opportunity because of the following, the fan base he had. Ennis don't got that right now. So without that in boxing, man, he gonna have to get that Mando position. You know what I'm saying? Too much high risk, low reward with him right now. I feel like he gonna have his little era where he got Josh Taylor gonna eventually move up, Virgil Ortiz, Conor Ben. It's a lot of names, a lot of big fights in his where he gonna be able to make that division. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said with Bud, hopefully he get that Thurman or Mikey. Let's see if we can stop him, and you know what I'm saying, get the biggest fight in boxing.
All right, CYP counterpunch.
Troy's older. He thinks he can get away with all that disrespect and slick talk he talk. But you talking to the wrong dude. I don't care. If you over 18, you could be a midget. I'll beat your ass. You could be a giant. I'll beat your ass. I don't care how you look. I don't care if you're a dwarf. If you are over 18 and you come for the king, off with your head. I do not care. And I mean this to anybody listening who's going to type right now, he's a bitch, he's a buzzer. All of y'all too who ain't going to call in with no nuts, please understand, if you ever see me in real life and you do any of that, I'm whooping your ass. Lastly, I'm not a real man. I got a show with real women. Come to my show, Troy. You got a full invitation to come. I will not interrupt you. Let's see who the women think is the real man. Me or you? CYP out.
CYP. We got Keem, Florida. What up? You avail?
Wait a minute. You say you know boxing?
Yeah. What is it? Maybe I don't know.
Tell me what a pool counter is.
Pool counter? I've never heard that term before. That must be your term. You must have been.
Fair shake. HBO need to fire you. You don't know shit about boxing. You ain't shit.
That is the funniest. That
Yo,
intro
guy.
always that thing don't get old.
Nah, I love it, man. I be saying I'm gonna change it. I done made other intros, and I still every time I hear it, I'm like, yeah, that one slaps, man. I be missing my first one though, that Tarver, that you got any excuses tonight, Roy? But anyway, what up, y'all? So Mario's still there. If not, either way, what's happening? Good to see you. Hey, listen, man, that Porter podcast was great. I checked it out this morning. I thought it was really good. Listening to Bud on there. And yeah, I'm team Crawford now, man. Spence need to stop ducking. He looking real fishy out there. It's getting crazy, man. I mean, it's really getting despicable. You just step in the ring with the man. You're showing up to the fights. You're doing all type of weirdo stuff, man. That can't be you can't really explain it. It's just odd, man. Like let's fight the man, bro. Let's stop doing all this crazy shit. You got this man doing everything in his power to make the fight, and you going every other way, moving the goalposts, and we tired of that. And next, man, we at the fight. We not buying the pay-per-view because we going to the fight, champ. That shit in Hollywood, Florida. We in Luis Ortiz, Charles Martin. That's all I got.
Yeah, we is going. I did tell you that, and I did tell my lady that too. I keep saying the live fight chat. I forgot. I'm going, man. That's what I'm saying. I'm even going to Jake Paul. Like, You dudes ain't real fans, man. That shit is in my area, is in Tampa. Little hike from me. I'm still going. Like, I'm a real boxing fan, man. Like, I went to Victor Belfort, man, versus Holyfield. Like, I went to go see the OG, man. Did you respect the OG at 8 years old, knowing he out there in that ring because he need the money? No, you didn't. I was there. Where you was at, man? Where you was at? Supermax, what up, man? You know, this shit is real for me. Like, this is what I love doing. You know what I mean? So, you know, I'm definitely about to go see Vic. I said Victor Ortiz. Slip. Luis Ortiz, without a doubt, man. Shit, that's about to be. Yo, we should actually link up. Think about it. Boxing on a fucking New Year's, man. We should link up. That's a link up right there, man. New Year's Day, and we get to watch boxing together as a community. You dudes is just like, I know what you is, your name is Majimba McDuck, Scrooge McDuck over here. This guy, you know? This guy is, you know.
BoxingWords.com. Oloki, you are next, my friend. Por eso lo vuelvo a repetir. La era del Canelo la mejor porque peleó con los mejores. La suerte es para los mediocres, my friend.
BoxingWords.com.
Oh shit, I'm all on what's the name, Max? I thought you was on Skype.
Are you good? You good? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Hey, you keep getting that New Year's Day's recovery day, man. That's what I'm saying. Ain't nobody turning up that night. It's the night before you turn up.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm old.
Anyway,
we don't do New Year's no more, man. We just chilling.
That's what I'm saying, but everybody gonna be chilling New Year's Day. That's when the fight is, so it should be. It'll get by. Anyway, everybody keeps talking about how Errol should have jumped in the ring and did this, hopped in the ring. I guess y'all got short-term memory to forget that Crawford ain't jumping the ring at the Danny Garcia fight, which I was there. Yeah, Crawford got into an altercation with Angel Garcia, so he wasn't worried about it. So let's keep the same energy, because y'all wasn't condoning, y'all was condoning that last year. And let's just be real.
Yeah, but Danny and Shawn got in the ring on Earl. Thurman got it. Thurman got in the ring on Danny.
I was there. Okay, but Crawford did not get in the ring on Errol either.
Yeah,
because was there at the Danny Garcia fight last year.
Yeah, bro.
You know who he got into argument with? He got into argument with Angel Garcia and Danny Garcia, not Errol. Errol is the one who just won the fight. I was there. So let's keep the same energy about Crawford didn't do it either. Let's not act like these guys are gonna fight next. We know that's not happening. The only concern I have, and that's being an Errol Spence fan, and I'm still gonna say this, they're gonna use those numbers against Crawford. And I promise you, they're gonna come back with that 60-40 thing. We don't like it, but let's not act like boxing ain't what it is, man. But also, hey, if you feel that confident, man, take the short money like Mayweather, like Canelo, like Wilder was willing to do. But let's keep the same energy. Crawford ain't jumping nobody's ring. And Errol did say on Ellie's video that ESPN told him he couldn't get in the ring. So how true that is, we don't know, but that came out of Errol's mouth on Ellie's video right after the fight, that ESPN wouldn't let him in the ring.
Earl said that.
No, man, get out of here,
Somebody
man.
said it was Bomac. Somebody said it was Bomac that said it.
Errol told Ellie that.
Got it.
Listen,
yeah,
man.
I hadn't seen any of that at all.
Let it be known, all his sentences don't end in periods, they end in big fish emojis. Let it be known, his super chats do too. Let it be known, he just said he was at the fight. He's an Earl fan, right? So, you know, ESPN don't want Earl to get in the ring. Cool. Did Wilder get in the ring with Ortiz, or did he stand on the outside, stand up next to his wife, and do the fucking "you're dead" sign? That's what he did. That was enough.
Yeah.
That was enough. You know what he didn't do? He ain't squint and turn his fucking lips up and walk out. That's what he didn't do. You know what I'm saying? But whatever's. You know, Hawk, Maryland. Hawk, Maryland.
Oh, all right. What up, Nuts? I ain't think you was coming to me, brother. You got me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, couldn't tell. Hey, man, Jake Paul did the goddamn press conference from his swimming pool, bro. That shit was crazy. Calling Fury's father old man. Shut up, old man. Anyway, I got what's his name? Brandon for the stoppage on Saturday. And hey, Ness, I got something to tell you. Sugar Ray Leonard fought Terrible Terry Norris. He let Sugar Ray Leonard fight him when Sugar Ray Leonard ain't had no title or nothing, but he just wanted to pass the torch, and he got passed too. But I wanted to say one thing about your boy Keith Thurman. You know he could parallel Sugar Ray Leonard's career if he comes back, do a tune-up fight, and then fight Terence Crawford. Same way Sugar Ray Leonard did a tune-up fight, he got dropped in it, but he still came back and he beat Marvin and Hagler after he fought all his contemporaries early, like Keith Thurman fought all his contemporaries early. Even Pacquiao is on his resume. And if he go away for a few years like Sugar Ray did, come back. Sugar Leonard came back after warm-up, then for
Hagler, right?
Hagler, and now, now he's remembered forever for that.
And guess what else he did? Guess what else he did? I got put on this by David Maldonado.
Right.
Didn't he come back off of retina surgery to beat Hagler?
Yeah. He had retina surgery, and then 2 years later he fought the tune-up fight. He got dropped, and then a year later he came back and he beat that fight. He got dropped, and a year later he came back and beat Hagler. Yeah, if Keith Thurman do a tune-up fight, win, come back and fight Terence Crawford, whether he win or lose, when he come back and do it, they're going to be comparing him to Sugar Ray Leonard from there. Because he beat all the contemporaries early. He beat Danny Garcia, Shawn Porter. Like I said, he even got Pacquiao on his record, even though Sugar Ray Leonard lost to Roberto Duran early. Came back, and Hagler was still beating everybody. Sugar Ray Leonard came back and took Hagler out. And that's the same way Keith Thurman got the opportunity to do. I don't think he's going to beat Terence Crawford. But, hey, he's got the skill to do it if he's serious about it. He could really be a legend if he comes back. He take a tune-up and he fight Terence. If he wins, he's a legend, automatic. They're going to compare him. You're going to see it on ESPN. That's all they're going to say is Sugar Ray Leonard did the same thing.
And what weight class did Leonard start off at?
140. He's been at 140. He's been at 140. He started at 135. Then he went to 147 is where he really 140. Then he went to 147 and where he made his career. He really 147 was his main career when he fought Tommy Hearns, Roberto Duran,
but he started
Benitez,
at 35.
Yeah, like 35-40. But he went up because he was
he started at junior welterweight.
And tell the people
junior welterweight 140. They didn't have the 35 then. It was 40. My fault.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
It was 140. Yeah.
Okay, damn.
They didn't have the 35 back then. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't have 35 then. They had the 40.
Well,
and he fought also. They won't say nothing about it, but he fought Benitez, which was another great champion that Hagler, Tommy Hearns and Roberto Duran, all of them had to fight the same way. Shawn Porter, Danny Garcia, Errol Spence, and all them all lumped up right now. It was the same. Then Sugar Ray Leonard retired, came back after the retina surgery, came back for the tune-up, and then beat Hagler. If Keith Thurman comes back, have a tune-up, and fights Terence Crawford, you're going to see it on ESPN News. They're going to compare him to Sugar Ray Leonard. And from there, if he wins, he's a legend. Automatic legend.
All right. Well, thank you.
Who doesn't give him credit for Benitez? Every single person that I know that ever watched that fight is always
I don't know, but it's funny that he said that because David Maldonado texted me days ago and said if Keith Thurman wants the smoke in 8 months, let him take the smoke. Ray Leonard came off a 3-year layoff and an eye surgery to beat Marvin Hagler at 160. If Keith wants to dare to be great, let him. Now, that being said, Ray Leonard started at 40 and fought Hagler at 60. I'm only asking Crawford to fight old ass Golovkin at 60. Stop acting. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the dudes like, yo, that's crazy. Stop acting like I'm crazy and let our dudes be great too, man. You know, if we see the greatness, let us see the greatness. Like this a pick off. You pick them off. Cash App, Counterpunch, Troy, what up? Troy learned how to use the back call.
Nice.
You got. Let me see if you unmuted yourself. Nah, you got to unmute, Troy. Just tap your screen once, and you should see some sort of controls. There you go.
Oh, god damn.
I got it.
You do.
Okay, just real quick. CYP. Of course, you could beat my old ass right now. I'm on bed rest. I got a heart problem. Okay, fine, CYP. You beat my old ass. It doesn't change the fact that you're only here begging a woman for an apology. Doesn't change that. Men don't do that. If she's mad at you for any reason, you take it like a man and you keep it moving. You don't be begging a woman for an apology. I raise men. I listen. I'm a grown man. I'm a grandfather, and I raise men. So I'm not speaking out the side of my ass. It's just frustrating to hear you come on. You don't mean to apology. No, she don't. Humble yourself and be quiet, man. Because you're making yourself sound small. The fact that you threatened me, of course you can beat my ass, and I'm going to take it. Just like when I was going to jump in the ring with Nesta, knowing I can't beat him, I told him that. I just want to make him. I just want to hit him. I just want to hit him a couple of times and make him know what a man. I just want to get my hands on him a couple of times, and I would take that beating. So threatening me don't mean nothing, partner. It really doesn't. But look, I will come on your show, and you're welcome to come on Major Key on Friday night for free smoke anytime if you man enough. That's fine with me. I will come on your show by myself because it don't involve my partner. I'll come on by myself. Just send me a link to your show, and I'll come on. And I can guarantee you that you have a difference of opinion, and I'll take all the women home with me.
Yo, he said I raised men and he taking the women. Damn, Troy.
Yo.
You a G for that. Hey, don't forget Supermax got a counterpunch. I mean, boomerang.
Yo,
all I'm saying, man. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, for Crawford and Spence, let's keep the same energy. If not going into the ring means you don't want to fight, then neither of them want to fight. Because Crawford was front row at the Danny Garcia Errol Spence fight, and didn't hop in the ring. Didn't say they didn't know he didn't do it.
Bruh,
So that's what I'm saying. You talk about everybody else.
Yeah, but you know the landscape.
Each other.
Champ, them landscape was murky back then. Like shit is
Very.
clear as a whistle. There's only
He
two
had no
dudes
problem-
standing.
He didn't have no problem.
Man, you playing
He
games,
had no problem
man.
arguing with Danny and Angel.
Fighting Ugas.
He had
Don't
no
nobody
problem
want to
talking
see the
shit to
Ugas
Danny.
fight. Don't nobody want to see the Ugas
He
fight.
have no problem.
We don't want the Ugas
That's fine,
fight.
but I'm saying let's keep the same energy. That's what I'm saying.
You
can't
keep
have no
that
problem
same
arguing
energy,
with Danny
man.
and Angel Garcia.
You keep that same energy,
if one
bro.
don't want to fight,
Bro, what fight
if
you
Errol
want?
don't want to
What
fight,
fight
then
you
use Dick
want?
Crawford.
What fight you want?
You know I want Spence Crawford.
So then
Spence
why
don't
you
stop
accepting that
You know
Ugas
that.
shit? Why you accepting that Ugas shit? You got your man out here
You
tweeting
you
big
gotta
fight.
Hey, when did
Ain't
I
no
say
big
that?
fight.
No.
big fight.
You trying to cap, bro? You capping? What I said?
Yo,
I said
your man tweeting something big or big fight. I don't even remember. Check his Twitter, man. Big fight. As soon as Crawford fought, he talking about, big fight, February, March. All right. Who? Because Ugas ain't no big fight. I don't care. Don't give me that unification shit. Nobody want to see Ugas, man. That's not what we want to see. And God bless him. I ain't trying to be disrespectful. He won. He beat Pacquiao. It wasn't no controversy. But that's not the man that's going to tell us who's the number one welterweight. Like, we going to keep playing seesaw now. Like, you fought Porter. I'm about to fight Ugas. Now you got to fight Thurman. Nah.
But see, and that's the thing is keep the same energy, but those two nights are different energy. The whole, like, what you could hold against Crawford the night Earl fought, you could still hold against him that night and beyond. But what happened on Saturday night was the definitive statement that everybody, any Crawford detractor had been waiting for. Fight somebody. And not only did he fight somebody, but he outdid Earl, at least on paper. You can talk about, which fight was closer or who was winning, whatever, but he got the stoppage. And that's the thing. If you're Earl, and Supermax just sent me the video with Ellie and Earl saying that ESPN told him not to, that he couldn't be in there. But if you're Earl, why did you show up then? Either you showed up thinking, Porter was going to win, and then you could make a rematch or the pay-per-view.
It's not an excuse.
Go ahead.
It's not an excuse. Wilder did all
No,
he
it's
needed
not.
to do from the stands, right from there, from his seat, standing
Yeah.
up, gesturing was enough. I got a counterpunch from LV. Apologies.
Nah, I was saying, damn, I forgot what the hell I was. Oh, on the pay-per-view numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like he was saying, you know what I'm saying? Boxing. Somebody was saying is a lot of older folks. You know, like boxing more. So the app thing probably had problems with, but still, we all seen that crowd and felt that energy. He brings a huge following, a huge crowd when he, wherever he go. Every time he go, he sell out. So I mean, miss me with the pay per view numbers, man. I just feel like we just need that fight, man. And I don't mind the Ugas fight. I feel like ain't Ugas a southpaw. I feel like that'll help him. You know what I'm saying? Get ready for a Crawford fight, and it's a unification. So if we do get the Crawford Spence, it'll be for undisputed. So I mean, I don't mind him getting the Ugas fight for a unification before Crawford. But if we get the Crawford, we do Spence Crawford next. I mean, I'll take that before anything. But I was just saying Ugas for the unification, get all the belts, and then when we do get it, be on.
I hear you, man. I get it. But then they gonna say he did the heavy lifting. Boomerang, PBC.
Good point.
Yo, what it do? Yeah, man, Keith Thurman, I think he needs to just take this fight. I mean, I get it, warm up this, warm up that, but you're top 5. For the Fulton and Brandon, I'm glad Hawk said this. I did the same thing he's gonna do. If I see the odds change, I'm definitely going Brandon by knockout or KO by rounds, preferably middle and end, and Fulton by decision. I mean, me and him be thinking alike, man. I'll be using his bets. But yeah, man, I'm definitely going to Florida for that fight if they put the tickets on sale, Ness. If they don't, I'm not going to buy the ticket for the plane, and then there's no tickets for sale yet. Because it's going to be on January 1st, I think, in Hard Rock Hotel for Luis Ortiz versus Charles Martin.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely going to be there.
J-Mac, counterpunch.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been trying to counterpunch Supermax in his lies. He just got he's so much of a Spence fan that he lying about.
You went through a dead spot, champ.
Jay, you there?
Nah, he dropped off.
Drop. Oh, man.
He must have got a call. There he goes. You back?
Yo, I'm here. Yeah, I had a call come straight through. Nah, Supermax is clearly lying. Jamel Harrington said Derrick James was the one that stopped Bud and him for getting in the ring. And he was not the first, bro. Because we was laughing at the seats because we watched the fight at the house. And I was there with you, and you made fun of how far his seats was back when he was sitting in the stands. Bud got into it with his crazy-ass fans, and he also tried to get in the ring, and Derrick James would not allow him in the ring. Jamel Herring gave the interview of that and contested to that and said that's what happened. Superman's mad because on camera, they showed Errol Spence as soon as the knockout and it got stopped. He didn't even stick around for the goddamn decision. He just got his ass out there and walked towards the exit. When Bomac was saying he couldn't get in the ring, from my understanding, he was already gone. So Supermax sitting up here trying to save face and make all these fucking excuses, still talking about numbers, knowing Spence go get his ass knocked the fuck out. And I'm going to take his money, too, when he put it up.
All right. Coach Mitty, are you available? I know you're just jumping on, so I don't know if you want to just come on. But Coach Myers, do you want your boomerang? Okay. Oh.
Yo. What's going on, man? I'm just, me being a diehard Spence fan, it hurts to be listening to these shows, it hurts, But I'm not mad because, I wasn't too happy about how he walked out either, So I get the criticism. I would have rather him stay and talk his talk, still say man down and all that, regardless if he's fighting him next or not. But he didn't. So, Gotta take the criticism as it comes, but it is what it
I
is.
respect
That's
that,
my call.
coach.
Word. Brandon, Boomerang.
Yo, Ness.
Yo.
Yeah, I just want to let everybody know, man. Like my Jinbei said, Thanksgiving coming up. I want to say, I'm obviously thankful for my kids, my wife. I'm thankful for you and Mario and the rest of the TVV hosts. Y'all do get me through these long ass days on the road, so I appreciate you guys. And I appreciate my back call brothers too, man. Once the show go off with you guys, I'm on there chopping it up with them. And they get me through the, tail end of the day. So yeah, I'm thankful for TVV, my back call brothers. Oh y'all, man, y'all have a good holiday. Don't eat too much though.
All
Hey,
right.
you
That's my
too, man. God bless you and the fam.
Yeah, man. Everybody have a happy Thanksgiving. Appreciate y'all all the same. This community is amazing, man, and it just keeps growing. And I know that there's gonna be better things and bigger things to come. We got Super Max with a super chat that says, "Coach J Mac, I want to be paid all in ones when EJ stops Bud." Damn.
He going to the strip club with it.
And J Mac, did I even give you your boomerang? Because I know you be counterpunching because you like to get in on the convo. Davidian, didn't I go to you on Blog Talk? Nah, I don't think so. Yo,
Yeah, you didn't give me my boomerang.
go for it.
Okay, can I respond? All right, Supermax, listen. I understand you got a condition. It's called a Spence condition. You've been around with this guy for so many years, and you just can't believe it. That's fine, and then it's okay. I love all you fans. I love all you Spence fans, but I'm gonna take great pleasure, even my brother, because me and my brother separated with this shit. When Bud knocked Spence, Bud been told y'all he gonna make him do the stanky leg. I think at this point, y'all know he gonna stop Spence. And the crazy part about it, why y'all talking these narratives about 60-40 is because you niggas don't want the fight to actually happen. So if it does happen, I want the same thing in return. And I'm willing to bet whatever that Bud beats Spence or knock his ass the fuck out. And I ain't taking no knockout bets because you niggas always want to try to hide behind something. I got Bud beating Spence ass. I've been had Bud beating his ass. Y'all get on here and talk this shit after he knocked Porter out and you still in y'all feeling stuff and can't accept the real. But Bud is the man at 147. Spence knows it. That's why he got his ass up and left.
Etho Cool with the super chat says, "Just want to say happy Thanksgiving to the TBV fam. Thank you, Ness, for another year of the best content any boxing fan can ask for. Dedicating yourself to the sport and allowing us to be a part of that. Shout out to TBV and TBV fam." Damn, shout out to you guys, man. Dope messages. Wasn't expecting all that, We got Jaime Nieto up with another one. Jaime? Yo, what, you weren't around for that fight, bro. What you think of Jaime? Did I get your thought? Like, were you on for that? Like, Jaime Rosado? That fucking was a war. My man Rosado,
Yeah.
man, you can't get one. Fucking Rosado's like Porter, except Porter got 2-time champ. Don't let me forget the CYP got a counter punch after you.
No problem. Yeah, no, it was a great fight. I think that while it was a big win for Munguia, it also showed how vulnerable he is. I mean, I thought Rosado did really, really well, especially in some of the middle rounds. He was finding a place for that right hand, So it was a great win, but I don't think that it showed me enough to make me believe he beats anyone elite. So
Jaime Nieto says, "No disrespect to Super Mac, but he's from Texas. That's why he rides so hard for him. I'm originally from Houston, and you can't keep making excuses."
CYP.
No, he'd probably pay for a no one. We got Dom in Seattle.
Yeah, man. I can't wait for the fight. I definitely can't wait for Bud to go to PBC. A lot of the Bud boys are happy for that. But I also want to say, Hawk and Maryland, man, please get on the back call. I'm trying to talk with you. You know, money. Stonebone got me some money, and I like your predictions on the fights because article and helps me get some money. So yeah, definitely hit that back call, man. Let's get some money.
Damn,
And shout out to Nat, Florida. What was that?
I was just gonna say he messaged me yesterday on Instagram. I could try and send him the link, but I don't remember that fucking that.
I mean, I'll hit him up. Just
Oh, here you go. Nah, I found
just
it.
send me his Insta, and I'll hit him on Instagram. I'm no biggie.
Nah, we ain't doing all that. I ain't connecting you like that, bro. You want his Insta now and shit. Nah, I'm fucking with you. I'm about to send it to you.
You're a hater. Oh man.
Who else is up? All right. LV, did you have? Yeah, you got your original call. You definitely got your original call. Majimbe Boomerang.
Ness, I took both of mine already.
All right. Davidian, I never got to you.
Yo, what's good, TVV?
What
What's good, Ness? What's good, Mario? Long time no see.
What up? Yeah.
What's going on? Man, hearing all this stuff about Spence, yeah, it hurts my heart. I ain't gonna lie, but I can't be mad at it. I don't really like seeing that. That's the only thing. I don't know. I mean, I believe this fight is still gonna happen, so I'm not too worried about it. But I hope they're, soon. Hopefully we get the Ugas and Spence. After that, I feel like it's got to be Earl and Terence. There's nobody else. Who else? I mean, other than Keith, he trying to resurrect himself from the grave. But other than that, there's nobody else to fight. You got to fight each other. Like Spence, you got to fight that man. Bud Crawford. So.
Yeah. Yo, I can't wait for Thurman to come back, like resurrect himself. Like, yo, you dudes, J
That would be
Mac,
great.
counterpunch. Ooh, boy, wait till he come back, man.
It makes the division more interesting.
You won't get to see YP counterpunch because you were supposed to go to him before me.
Yeah, he wasn't on the line, but go ahead. Whoever wanted.
I'll go while I'm on it. I see this. What I find a hard time about boxing fans. You got to do that dedicated, that lives the lifestyle, clearly an athlete living the lifestyle in Crawford, and he's been winning and accomplished so much in sport. And you got niggas who barely, some of them retired, and some of them don't even know what the hell they want to be. 1 minute they want to be a rapper, 1 minute they want to be a gangster, getting in and like running with the wrong crowd in Dallas and shit like that. Yeah, they had a lot more to that story to what happened in that accident. Man, Bud ain't losing to a nigga who have in and out the ring and don't even know what he want to be. Derrick James said it in one of his last interviews. Spence still trying to find himself, man. I can't wait till this fight happen. When Spence knock Errol the fuck out, I'm gonna be clowning all you Spence fans, and I got tired of you crazy ass Dallas niggas talking that stupid shit. And that's my call, man.
Bro, I'm so glad he said that. That was the one I wanted to come on Sunday, but we had a family thing. That's one of the points I really wanted to make, and I'm so glad he made that. You talk about Bud, right? And for a long time, it's been like, oh, he's one of the best pound for pound in the sport of boxing. No, he has proven that he's one of the best athletes of this era on the planet, and he shows it with the stuff that he does in the ring and outside the ring. He lives that life. How do you think the greats like LeBron and Tom Brady and Dak Prescott, how do you think these guys get to this level? It's because they live that life that allows them to be the best version of themselves. Like, it's hard to be an athlete and compete at that level time in and time out with all the bullshit that you have to deal with, especially in the sport of boxing. Bud has shown that he is not just a dedicated boxer, but he has the mindset of a champion, and again, not just a champion in boxing, but a champion athlete that separates themselves from the class of his competition. He goes into the stratosphere of greats of this era. I don't watch hockey at all, but I wish I could give like a name from every sport. But it's like Mike Trout, Otani, Correa, Prescott, like all these really top guys at their level. He's showing that's what he is for boxing, and that's what he is for sports in America. Great call, Jay.
CYP counterpunch.
Everybody calling in being grateful. Let me do the same. Shout out to J Mac, JT, Lioness, Stonebone Stainless, JP, NO, Brandon, LV, King Born. That's my back call family. If I forgot you, my fault. Enjoy your turkey. Now, what I'm not grateful for. Troy, Big Nick, London runs from CYP. Not sure if he's a male. Anthony Walsh, the nobody. OBS, Whispering Warren, Easy Boy. Enjoy your dick. So the rest of y'all, enjoy your turkey. You niggas, just enjoy your dick. CYP out. Happy Thanksgiving, motherfuckers.
All right. We got, I believe, a new super chat from Supermax that says, I got all respect for Coach J-Mac in the world, but he told me Plant over Canelo, Wilder over Fury, me over Jay, and we got stopped. But Bud will be no different. Oh my God.
That is hilarious, bro. Super chat of the day. Super chat of the day.
Yo, J-Mac.
Hilarious.
J-Mac with the counterpunch.
Hey, you know what? I didn't read that last part. That was fucking very clever and hilarious. But you know what? Before all that, before he got stopped, before Caleb, and I picked Caleb, before I picked Wilder, I've been telling him Bud would beat that ass. I've been saying that, so he can't be wrong about that, because I've been consistent saying what Bud would do, and Bud is still doing it. Yeah, I bet my money wrong. But you holding me to some shit. I gotta get it wrong. Y'all scared and y'all go with the favorites, and Canelo was your favorite fighter. So of course you go coattail and ride him to a victory. That was real clever though. I ain't had no response for that last one, but like I said, all we can do is get them dudes in the ring, get the fight made, and when you lose, I'm just gonna ask you to pay me my money, shake your hand, and say, hey man, I was the better man. I've been right about this. That's all. But I've been telling y'all Bud was gonna beat his ass. All they gotta do is get in the ring so we can find out.
Ricky Ricardo, I'm going to interview the Ortiz versus Martin full card for $30. Plus, I like Frank Sanchez. Excuse me, I put interview, he put review. Ouch.
I was going to say.
I'm going to review the Ortiz Martin full card for $30. Plus, I like Frank Sanchez. He's the dark horse in the heavyweight division. Mario, give out your comedy date and venue.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I have to do that on my IG. The date is, well, it's next Saturday. Not this Saturday, but next Saturday. But I'll have to give you the venue because I can't. It's like a weird name, but it's in Austin. So if you're in the area, but I'll put it on my IG. Actually, you know what? I'll probably just come on in the morning tomorrow and I'll have it. I'll have the address and everything.
And Troy, who counterpunched, said Nestor counterpunch in the response to CYP. But we done that. Jaime Nieto, you done that. And both of, okay, Supermax, we done that. We got Geo 904 Geo, by the way. And he says Floyd and Canelo. What does that even mean? Oh, Floyd gave Canelo. No, Canelo was unified champ. No, I don't. So I don't know what he means by that. But we got Canna, the editor. What up, champ? You keep muting it. You unmute and then mute yourself back. Just one time. Touch it one time. Unless that means you can't. Okay, I hear you.
All right, can you hear me?
I hear you.
What?
We hear you.
Oh, let me see.
Damn, you in Nebraska though.
Yeah, I was listening to it in the Bluetooth.
Oh,
can you hear me
now
good?
we can hear you real good.
Okay. Yeah, I had to get off the Bluetooth. I was listening to it on the Bluetooth. But yeah, I just want to say, what up, Mario? You've been on the missing person list for a little minute. Glad to see you still alive. You ain't chopped up in the woods somewhere.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
And Brandon, this whole Brandon thing. Yeah, I said the wrong thing, Brandon. You said Brandon White. Let me be clear. Brandon White said, or I said he was saying something about Porter. He was spamming that piracy shit, like, oh yeah, piracy forever, keep it going. So that's why you got your timeout. So stop bitching about it, please. And that's pretty much it. I ain't got shit on the topic. I just want to get that shit off my mind because he keep spamming that shit. You lying, you lying, you lying. I said it on the show, nigga. So now what? And moving on.
Yes, let's move on, man. Monitors, try not to time dudes out unless obviously they're disrespecting the host or the callers, you know, the people that call in, you know. Now, CYP, we can't always protect you. You know, you come at everybody. But, you know, people that call in are the brave ones, you know, so they shouldn't be attacked because of their call, you know, and the guests, man, you know. So, but if they got to be timed out for spamming or just constantly repeating, like, we, you know, I'm so happy the Wilder fight is over. Like, we finally stopped seeing Wilder comments in the comment section, like, when it's not even his show, you know? So I just want to talk boxing, you know what I mean? So try not to get yourself timed out because, you know, we just here to talk the sport. But our poll is at 40%. I'm so let down. People just are okay with Spence Ugas Thurman. Why? That's not even a year. That's like, he could do that in 1 year. Shouldn't we have, like, at least one of them young guns, or at least Jamel? Remember I said fight them all plus Jamel? No, Stonebone Boomerang, seeing you jump back on. No Stonebone, no Boomerang. Well, that means that I'm done. Oh, Coach Mitty. Coach Mitty, have you heard enough? If not, AMG, Oklahoma.
Yo, what's up, Ness? What's up, Mario?
What up?
What up?
Yeah, I've been kind of coming and going today. What's the conversation at right now? Just who Bud is gonna fight?
Yes, Bud's hit list. He said Crawford, Spence, Ugas, Thurman.
Okay. I mean, I like all those names. I just feel like
any order. He said.
Yeah, I don't care about the order either. I do want obviously Thurman to get a tune-up. I do think he needs to go to the PBC because it's going to be tough for him to get those fights if he's not there. We've already tried that and it didn't work, right? So I think he just needs to join up. And then obviously I don't mind the Ortiz and Ennis fight. I get it. It's the same shit in boxing. I mean, what does he have to gain by fighting Ennis, right? Ennis is a big talent, doesn't have a following. He's not probably going to get paid as much as he would for fighting the main guys. So that's just a big plus for Ennis, not really for Terence. So I get it, even though I do want to see that fight. Hopefully those two guys can, you know, slowly keep getting fights and probably have to go the mandatory route. It's going to be their only choice. But yeah, props to Crawford on the win. And I think he does need to join PBC to get those fights, though.
All right. Midday. Are you available, Coach? Midday. No midday? No midday. All right. That's everybody, Mario. The poll's going to end at Spence, Ugas, Thurman. And the word just. I literally put just Spence, Ugas, Thurman.
I know. I can't believe that I don't know. I voted for the one that also included Mel, but whatevs.
Yeah. Well,
that one came in second.
40%. The one I wanted was the 19%, which is Ugas, Thurman, Ortiz, and it's because think about it, right? If you fight Spence,
that's the fight.
If you fight Spence next, you know he's gonna be the favorite. There's not a lot of people that know where Spence is at. You got the accident, you got the time off, and the retina surgery. Then you fight Ugas. He's a big, strong welterweight. Got the win over Pacquiao. You're still the favorite.
Makes you undisputed.
You're still the favorite.
Mm-hmm.
You fight Thurman. Been out the ring too long. You're still the favorite.
Yep.
You know, Ortiz, young guy. That's the danger fight. Ennis, that's the danger fight. But by then, those names are bigger. Those names
Yes.
are bigger now. It makes
That's a
more
good point.
sense. But to leave after the two dudes that we know you're gonna be, we know you beating Ugas and Thurman, unless Thurman gets his adequate tune-ups. One is not enough. He out here wilding, man. Why wouldn't he want another $4 or $5 million to ride off into the sunset? Come on, we got to be smarter than that, man.
That's why I would love to see Thurman knock off one of the two at the end, probably Ennis. I mean, I'm not saying he beats him, but, that's the fight. And then, the winners collide. Because it's like Crawford shouldn't have to run through this gauntlet while the rest of them just sit there and wait to get knocked off. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that he beats everybody like that. I'm just saying that,
I mean, but come on,
something
hold
the
on,
dust has got to clear.
Hold on. It ain't no gauntlet. It would be what was denied to him. Thurman did this, and then Earl did this, and Porter attempted to do this. They fought each other. I mean, look at their resumes. So yeah, Crawford could go through some of this hell because it ain't that bad for him. Like, yo, listen, the glasses are the sunshades are off. We can see how good he is now. It ain't no more eye test. He did it versus a top welterweight.
Yeah.
So.
But the only thing for me is that, Spence didn't have to fight Thurman. Ugas didn't have to fight Thurman. Thurman, to me, is so underrated. Like, people want him to be the joke. People want him to be the punching bag. But I don't go for fighters like I used to, when I was younger. I used to be a fan of a fighter. I'm more of a fan of boxing now. I just like seeing good fights, and I like seeing the best do great things. So... But there's something in me that just wants Thurman to fucking prove everybody wrong. There's just something that wants. Too. I don't know what it is. I just want everybody to just shut the fuck up. And it happened with Thurman's right that just shatters their favorite fighter's jaw. I don't know.
Yes. And remember, for me, it would be, oh my God, it would be such a divine moment, bro. Because I called him the next Floyd. So
I remember.
He got the loss, and everybody's like, fuck it, it's over. But he's the welterweight that we need.
Yes.
Look, Crawford is all that and then some, right? Because he keeps knocking you out. But he ain't the talker that fucking Thurman is. He ain't the guy that's going to take us next level. It's Thurman. But he's got to win again, man. He's got to win. I would love him to get the shot. Yo, that would be so dope for me.
That would be crazy.
What? I'm selfish. Yo, I'm out. NetsGTO, Instagram, and Twitter. Catch us on the next one. Let me make sure I ain't leaving nobody super chat in the dust. Last left off at Geo. And I think that is... Nope. Okay. Troy, $5 is for CYP. Buy yourself a big brother and a shoulder to cry on. God bless, sir. 3 laughing out loud emojis. Yo, he's funny. Ayo Biz, Bud post-fight week took over T.O. fight week. Yeah. T.O., I watched the whole bullshit. Did you see that shit with his father?
Yeah.
Hey, yo, you see that? You see that? He touched me. Yo.
He touched me after you bum rushed him.
Yo,
that was hilarious.
His father's funny as hell, bro.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yo, at Mario McGee on Twitter, at Mario McGee on Instagram. Peace.
Yeah, arrivederci.